WVU1.
CXAI, CXAI.
Righty. How are we doing? Let's get to these levels. Levels. All right, let's get to levels for the day. Really slowing down here in the small cap sector right now. Overall, have a couple of plays up this morning, but it's getting lighter and lighter. APGU is your top gainer. Nice, good squeeze. I mean, we're seeing a lot of this here recently over the past, 9 months or so since last summer. Straight up moves, and then we just chop around. Now, sometimes we're seeing these a lot, where we go straight up, chop around, then find our way back on down. We've done this. We saw some yesterday. We're seeing some today. We're seeing it every day. So APGU, top gainer on the day. We have 1075 resistance. Over that, 1165 resistance. Over 1165, watch for a pop to 1275 to 1280. And then over that, we have strong resistance coming in at 14. 14 to 1450 would be very strong resistance today. And probably won't see over that. Now, if we do get over pre-market high in 1450, got to go back and find some time here when we're back over this, because this is at 52-week high, and this is actually all-time high. This just is a new ticker. Come back to last December. Now, it could have been a name change. Now, if we crack back below this 960 mark on the day, watch for move down to 875 roll, and then below that down to around 8. Over 1450, of course, we're at all-time highs, $15. 1650 sometimes see some resistance, 1750, 1875, then we have 20. AGPU is a bigger float, though, at around 20 mil. Over to INBX, really light volume today on this play, going from around the $80 mark up over through to 100. So a nice good move up to 125. Could be the crazy maybe play of the day. Possibly no charts really been built up on this, even in the 1 minute time frame. It's hard. You got to go to like a 3 or 5. 113 support, possibly down at 104. And then down around 91.50. Over 125, watch for this to go, most likely like we've seen before. Probably $10 increments, so it goes to 135, then to 145, 150 area. Then at that point, could maybe start to run in $25 increments on the way up. Going back and forth for your number 3 top gainers, HCAI and ELPW, both popping in after hours, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit, and then more so again here in pre-market. We'll go to HCAI at first. Resistance coming in at 950. Over 950, strong resistance at 1080. Over 1080, we have resistance at 12, maybe a hair above it. Then the resistance up top really starts to get strong again right around the 1350 mark. And of course, we have that upper shadow at 1430, but 1340, 1350 is going to be a really strong area of resistance, with traders being trapped up there. Now, if we do get over pre-market high a lot, we see that we just saw that with APGU in the $14 area. Watch for a move up to 1635, over that to 1680, and then we have 1790, close to $18 resistance up top for HCAI. Over to ELPW. Clean this up into a 3-minute chart. We have 215 to 220 resistance. Over that, we have strong resistance again at 230 area. Over 230, 240 resistance. And over that, we have it at 255 into 260. So unfortunately, like every 10 cents to 15 cents on the way up. Doubt she sees over 260, and she goes to 280 and then 3. On the way down, we have support built in right now at 2, then 190. And under 190, you have a forever line at 180. So probably turns into a 10-cent choppier mover today. Another play that was up in after hours, straight up sideways, and now dumped all the way back down today. Watch for KBSX back into that $2 mark for resistance and fail. We also have a really strong resistance at 170 area. So keep an eye on KBSX. Former runners, possibly keep an eye on those today. See if we see anything pop up, although we really haven't been going to former runners. The last stock that I'm seeing here to hit the high of day momentum scanner in pre-market was APGU a while back. Right now, the only thing really moving is INBX that just hit new high of day at 140.79. Now, the only thing about trying to trade that, the spread on it is about $1.50. About $1. Not too bad, actually. So not too bad of a spread. Now it's back. Now it's like $3. So yeah, that's what I figured. I bet at times INBX's spread is around $3 to $4. And trying to do limit orders, it's going to be hard to do in pre-market. Excuse me. Good morning, guys out there and gals. Aussie Chick, other cousin, Louie, Daza, anyone else that's out there, T-Web, J-Web. The usual crew. This is the fun play right now of the morning. So what I'll do is I'll put INBX right here. We're going to put VLO, the Chilo down here. Put that into a 5-minute time frame. We'll put this into a 3-minute. Nice, fun, squeezy move there. If this was in market, I probably would have went in 100 shares and said, hey, if it cracks back below 120, I'll get out. I'll risk about $500 here to make 1,000, if not more. Knowing that, hey, if this gets up 10 points, like right now, if I would have gotten it at 125, I could get out and would have made $1,000 on that trade. Definitely one of those ones that's going to be fun to watch. All right, let's get over to the large cap plays here, and of course SPY and the SPY here when the big baby is today. Again, I think we still just kind of channel around overall, finding our tops there at 112.50. It could be for the rest of this week. Besides CAR sits sideways and consolidates really from yesterday's low at the end of the day in that 712.50 mark. So essentially 702.50 and 712.50. I have a good feeling. Really tight though this morning. Resistance at 708.75 and then at 709.70. 709.70 will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to yesterday's high at 711. Ultimately back up to that 712.20 to 712.40 mark. On the way down, strong supports right around 707. If we crack it, watch for a move down into Monday's low of day of 706. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows then take it to 705. Then down to 704. Ultimate low of day there. And of course, if we do get a little lower than that, we'd be going down to 702.50. And yesterday's low, last Thursday's high. All right, let's keep moving through these tickers. Oops, I forgot to type them out. Let me type them out. Apple, AMD, ARM, AB, GOOG, CAR, BDA, You already typed it in, but whatever. All right, let's go through the alphabet here. We'll start with Apple. Some I will skip today. On the way down today, Apple's really starting to get a little top heavy here. Almost a head and shoulders formed on Friday, Monday, into Tuesday. On the way down today, we have 66.85 support. If we crack it, we're going down to 266. Then down to 265.40. Yesterday's low of day, normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then heads down to 264.25. On the way up, very strong resistance. And boy, if we break over this, watch for a breakout, then watch for a bounce play. 268 resistance. Over 268, we run up to 268.75 area. Over that, then we hit the 269.50 mark. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 270.80, almost 271. AMD, nice good surge out of that consolidation channel yesterday, and actually right at the end of the day, tip-topped right off the high from Monday. Nice good move yesterday. It was a real choppier day and ugly, but we did get it our way up there. Now we're getting back up to that 300 mark. On the way down today, support. Well, nothing too great that's being built in, except for I love that double top off of Monday and Tuesday of 287.70. You could even start adding in right around 288. I do also like the 289 area as well for support on the way down. So those are your two main areas to look for support. Now, if we crack that 288 mark down to 287.50, or we'll call it 287.70, watch for a move down to 284.35. I'm going to say that we stay in the channel up top now and stay above the 287.50 to 288 mark, normal low there. Ultimate lows goes down to that 284 mark, ultimately finding its way back down to 282 actually. On the way up today, of course, we just hit 92.50 essentially. Normal high of day there at normal. No. Yeah, that is all-time high. So let's go a little bit higher. We probably squeeze through that and hit 95. 295 normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Watch for a barn burner. This play wants to get up close to 300. I'll say 97.50 ultimate high of day. Sugar. Man, we are. Ew. All right, over to app. It is consolidating out to the channel wise to the right. I'm not going to do that one today, but ARM looking for all-time highs here. 81.65 is pre-market high. All-time high is 83.15. I'll say normal high of day is that all-time high at 83.15. Ultimate high of day. Watch. Actually, you know what? Normal high of day is 81.65. Ultimate high of day 83.15 because we're looking a lot like yesterday and we could get shoved down at pre-market high. On the way down today, 78.30 support. Now, if we crack that, watch for a move down to right around 76.70. Now, if we crack that, I think we easily are going to find yesterday's low of day of 74, maybe in the mid 73s. So 73.50 to 74, normal high of day, or normal low of day. If we get through 173.50, 174, watch for a crack down to 172. Of course, got to talk about the crazy one that is CAR. CAR, in my opinion, still goes up and hits 875 most likely, and then still runs its way up to 1K. On the way down today, just talking about some main levels, we got to hold 242 or 742. If we don't hold 742, watch for a crack back on down. That's going to be your main support. Then we'll have some decent support at 675. Then again at 640, and then at 600 or so. On the way up, 794 resistance. If we go through that, we're going straight up through 800 or around 825. If we get through 825, watch for move to 850. Could see 875 today. Google channel mode, 100% running in and out of my lines. Again, need to get back above. The main first one's 3650. Then we have 3875 and then 340. On the way down today, we've got major support going to be built in at 334, 332.30, 331.50, and then 329.50. Meta, same sort of consolidation now since last Wednesday, a week of this. Down back below, we know the levels. Listen to yesterday, we have 670, 668, and 666 lines in. Back under 666 for a good short, and it's back over 680 for a good long. Microsoft, same thing here. Need to get through pre-market high of 28.75, but then you run into last Friday's high of 31.50. Over 31.50 easily goes to 33.50, if not 435. Then down below, we got a lot of bounce areas to look for. Yesterday's low is the low from Monday, so somewhere right around 417 to 416.50 support. Very strong there. Then we have a sandwich built in above it at 423. MSTR, watch for this to squeeze up. New highs in the run here. Back down at 115 a few weeks ago, 116.40. Ramping right back on up. I'm sure all the Bitcoiners, anyone that trades this, loves the long-term move here. Back up, 175.65 pre-market high. Over that, in my opinion, we probably run straight to 875 and then to 180 for your normal high of day area, somewhere right around 178.75 and then to 180. They'll keep those main areas on watch. Now, resistance on the way up there is going to be really strong right around the first off, we'll go 177.50, 178.75, and then once we get to 180. So some strong resistance there for MSTR. There's some levels for you. On the way down today, I would say your main area to hold is pre-market low area right around 172. Under 172, watch for a crack back down to 170.50 and then down to 169.50. Under 169.50, I'd put a line in it right around 168.50-ish area. And there are some levels on the way down. I doubt we get lower than 168.50 on MSTR. Looks like it wants to ramp and squeeze here at the bell. Over to NVDA. Now this one is starting to channel and chop up here overall. Not a big fan of it. 203 resistance up top. Also at 202. Down below, support's going to be right at yesterday's low of 199, although it's not perfect there. And then down at 198, the low from Monday. And then you can just keep tearing down from there. I have 197.50 support. And then again at 196.35. Resistance up top coming in at 201.50, 202.20. And then 203. Still leaving PLTR alone, just chopping its way back up into the weird 140 mark. It's just been a real ugly play over the last few weeks. I think last Wednesday was really one of your better days a week ago today, so maybe watch for that. And the move would be back over yesterday's high for the squeeze up, probably to 152 minimum. It could even see a move to 154s. On the way down, just not a big fan of PLTR in the chart that we're building here. Qs here, looking for this to squeeze the new all-time highs as well here, over 650.60. This one is at all-time high area, actually, and closer. Watch for a squeeze up today. The Qs do look like they want to pop here. Watch for a squeeze up to 655. I'm going to go normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes up to 657.50. On the way down today, watch for a move down to 646.65. Support there. And I got real strong support at the low from yesterday and Monday, which is right around 42.50. Tesla super tight this morning. Wow, and a little downtrend, but super tight. Support coming in at yesterday's low right around 85. Under 385, watch for a move down to we'll call it 385 into around 384.50. If we crack that, we're heading straight down to last Thursday's low of 382.30. That would be my normal low of day. If we crack that, this could get a nice, good banger-rang saucer under that 82.50 mark, and I'll put a line at 82.50. And yeah, that's going to be some strong support. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 76.75 to 377. Now on the way up, we have resistance at 390. Over 390, watch for a move up to right around 394.50. Somewhere, we'll call it 393.50 to 394.50. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes to a line I have in at 396.50. What to trade at the bell? Qs look like they want to pop. A couple of these plays do look like they want to squeeze and go for more, so keep your eye on that. See if we get that continuation move up. ARM could be moving to that all-time high area. AMD continuation to more all-time highs. Qs as well. That's where I would be going, to the all-time high plays, and watch for some squeezing. Back to small caps, INBX really juicy here right at the opening bell. Look for this to squeeze through that 150 mark. So INBX is looking really juicy this morning, team, for the squeeze at the bell for small caps. That's where I would be going, is INBX at least to start the day there, and then we'll wait to see who has them off after that. Oh, we can't trade INBX? You're kidding me. You can't trade INBX? Oh, no. Does anyone else have that? Does anyone else have that on Trade the Pool? Does anyone else have that they can't trade INBX? Please let me know if someone else has the same thing I do. I just want to verify that INBX is not showing up on your TTP platform. It's saying ticker does not exist. Damn it, Louie. The one play I want to trade today. Son of a bitch. Damn it. I was literally about to go long on this. Like, I was like, this thing's about to squeeze. Oh, well. Son of a biscuit farts. Damn it. Oh, well. Maybe that'll save some money today. We'll see. I was like trying to get to that as fast as I could. Get that alert out. Oh, man. Son of a fucking farts. All right. Oh, well, that didn't pop at the bell. I was trying to get that up. It's actually coming back down there. So nothing. So didn't get the pop. We got a small little pop. I was hoping we'd get that squeeze hard right into a halt up. You can't even trade it on TT or on TTP. Damn it. So untradeable, unfortunately, INBX is on TTP. So I'm just sitting back and wait. Car is going crazy banana Joe's right now. I have a feeling this play today runs up to 875. So this play is really nice here today so far. Is Cara. You Cara. Go Car. You got this Cara. So yeah, just sit back and wait. I don't really see anything I like so far today, honestly. We'll wait. We'll sit back, see if we have anything. It is a slower day, though, when it comes to small caps. All right, so there's that pop at the bell for Car. I will watch Car. We do have ELPW trying to pop up a little bit here. So we have Velo trying to do a little quick red to green move there at the bell. So Velo, real quick red move. Dollar move all the way back up there for Velo. We'll put APGU out to the left. ELPW back over. Or so ELPW to the left. AGPU, is that what it is? Yeah, AGPU to the right over here. I am watching Car. So I know that high of day is 1765. If we get through that, we're rolling hard. We're going to roll hard. Surprised we didn't hit 825 there. But over at 81765 mark, we'll roll up another 15, 20 bucks minimum. So I will be watching Car for a potential entry on the long side. Any other stocks you want to trade right now? I'd say ELPW is getting your move up. 245, 240 area, strong resistance, not quite getting there quite, into 260 mark. We could look for that. The halt down actually for INBX. So the halt down there for INBX. So we get some fun move here at the bell. Velo, crazy red to green move. Spike there for ELPW, just straight out of the gate for ELPW, straight up. I'm going to put Car right here because this one is a little bit more fun. Is CAR Car. I'll put SPY out to the right over here. Now we're starting to form some resistance up top right there at that 20 mark, that 820 mark for Car. FCL small pop. Yeah, I mean, well, I think that popped yesterday, didn't it? Yeah, that was moved. That one moved yesterday. So just former runners popping. Not a big fan of FCL in that chart. That chart yesterday was absolutely horrendous yesterday. So I'd be looking for shorts on FCL if you're going to trade that. All right, so we have ELPW 250, 260 mark up top. Really starting to come in strong again at that 245 mark right through here. If you're looking for a short, you can see a double top right at 245. And then we have 260 resistance coming in hot to play there. Halted down is INBX. FCL moving from yesterday, make a new high of day. I'm going to go, I haven't used the bathroom yet this morning. I always am like straight in recently. I'm like, oh boy, should have went to the bathroom. I need to take a pee-pee. Water's good though, got the hat. Quick little bathroom break, then back at it. No one-on-ones or forced TTP to kind of get the day going as for myself. We'll see where let's see, not ELP, EW heads up to next. Is holding this bull flag, might pop up to that 260 mark. I'm going to go over to Zendu real quickly and see where we're going to resume at. Is INBX going to give us the crazy gaps? No, son of a bitch. It says 130.51, essentially where we opened our gap or halted down at is where we're going to open up at. Someone on Zendu says, where's the penny stocks market? It dies off, brother. It's not just going to be hot all day, every day. You just can't have that. Yeah, their cousin, it sucks. Oh, well. It's all good. It's just very volatile move, and I love those, especially today, on a day like today. Oh, Carr. Here goes Carr, team. Carr looking for takeoff. Carr looking for takeoff here. There we go, Carr. Get that 850 mark for us, baby. Get that 850 mark for us, baby. Come on. Let's go, Carr. Come on. Go crazy. Go Banana Joe's. Go Banana Joe's. There goes ELPW, new high of day. ELPW, new high of day. ELPW, new high of day. I'm going to take my quick little break. I'll be right back. I'm going to do my quick little break. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back in here. Break time, break time. Oh, I thought I was sitting here talking the whole time. My bad, team. I forgot to turn everything back on. All right, cool. All right, so we have right now got the ELPW is halted up. So ELPW right here is halted up. At Velo down. So we have everything that was moving earlier is really not doing shit, and it's going down really hard. Really, your only play right now that's moving is ELPW as it's halted up. So ELPW is halted up. So nice, good move there from ELPW. Good squeeze play out of the gate. That's why I don't like shorting the top. You know, you're just getting smacked around right now. Let's go over to Zindu real quickly. Zindu right now has the resumption price for ELPW of 268. So it's showing 268 resumption price. No, now it's showing 277. Now it's showing 277. Bounce play for ELPW would be back off this 210 mark to 220 mark. There's your gap down, quick spike to new high of day for ELPW. And of course, I like the 215, 220, this area right down here. It may not come down that far and maybe just hits this 235 mark. All right, so that is live now. F-Cell continues to roll. So we do have F-Cell continuing to roll. So I'm going to put F-Cell here. We'll put INBX over to the right now. That is just a crazy play right there. Watching the plays here. So we have live ELPW. It's still rocking and rolling, trying to build some wicks and lower shadows here at 255. We're going to have some uppers at 285. Could start to just channel around and then maybe even kind of start to die off into that channel possibly here soon. If you're looking for F-Cell bounce plays as it's bullish, it's going to try to hold this 1110 mark. Safer bounce play just for more room back up, guaranteed wise, would be around the 1070 mark. Car starting to slow down a little bit. Volume-wise, it kind of did this yesterday and then had that next squeeze and leg up, so we'll watch for that later today as it's holding the VWAP 9 deviation channel. Back through 810, this thing will immediately see the 820s and could see that lift off from there. Whew, APGU, what a dump. APGU, what a dump. That is halted down now, so APGU just continues to die away. APGU resumption price is going to be $8 on the dot. Small gap down coming in there. Good golly, Miss Molly right there. Wow, what a move from APGU today. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh. Did you get in that one, Max? I was going to get a shell crack and then just dumps. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Come on. Okay, gotcha. Okay. It says flirts with me. Okay, gotcha. Read the rest of that alted down. I'm in at 945. Sure, there you go. Nice. Yeah, it's had a double halt down now. You know, typically what happens out of that first halt down for APGU, you guys are seeing that green candle. Traders are going to come over off that 875 area. I mean, where did it try to bounce at? Right at 875. That's just traders trying to go long, and there are scalpers there too. Because again, the good news from Trade the Pool, like I told you guys, is no more 10-cent rule. No more 10-cent rule coming up soon. Trade the Pool will be getting rid of their 10-cent rule. They will be getting rid of the 30-second rule. So hopefully within this quarter, Q2, in the next month or two, at most is what I'm thinking, we see Trade the Pool change their platform. They're going to Black Arrow. Secondly, 10-cent rule gone. 30-second rule gone. So you could just get in and out of these plays now with ease, and you don't have to worry about that anymore, essentially. And that is going to be stupid awesome money for you guys, in my opinion. We got, what's that? Yeah, it's some weird movement from GP too. Very weird movement from GP out of nowhere this morning. So that's on watch there. Kind of weird movement from GP, but I am watching that now. But yeah, AGPU halted down. That change of rule, people are going to attack a lot of traders that love. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, they just had a lot of people bitching about that on the on their platform, so to speak, right? So they just had a lot of people bitching about that on their on their Discord, their customer service, what they have to go through. Because on the on that meeting yesterday, one of them chimed in, right? Because at the very end of it all, I just said, hey, I was like, hey, because I didn't jump in right away and say anything. He just right out of the gate, Michael Katz, literally, first things he said was changing the platform soon. Getting rid of the 10-cent rule, getting rid of the 30-second rule. And I'm like, what? I was like, whoa, wow, because he kept going. Last time he brought up something like that was the halt rule, and that was like in November, and I interrupted him there. And I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. So I just kind of kept him going yesterday, and then when he was done, I was one of the, he just, blah, 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 any last questions? And I was like, yeah, so for real, we're done with that? And he said, yeah. I was like, fuck yeah, this is dope. So yeah, that is done. It's a done deal. Just when I've adjusted all. Well, that's still the bigger picture, in my opinion, other cousin. I mean, honestly, if you ask me, that's still just the bigger picture. That's why it never affected me. I'm never even worried about that stuff. I think that's what they wanted and were honestly trying to do with a lot of traders was say, hey, this is what you should be doing. It's riskier to be a scalp trader. There's just, there's not many traders that can scalp and be that good. It's just hard to do because markets change, and then you gotta learn how to scalp a whole new way. So that's why you see most successful traders end up really kind of move over to like investing or swing trading and holding stuff longer. Those just end up being the most profitable traders, by far. Gap up there from APGU, by the way. I didn't go back and look at Zendu, but that did gap up. So it is just a weird play today overall. I think APGU might get back up to that 875 area where it bounced at and watch for reversal there. If it does reclaim 875, this play will most likely move, obviously, back into the 9s where it halted down at. And that'll be the true key of reclaiming that. If we reclaim that, we get bullish. Back up. Not overall bullish, right, but still just bullish. A little bit more bullishness will move into it. Of course, we stay below 875 and reject there and come down, we should see new lows. SPY chopping up, channeling around. Same thing for CAR. CAR may be finally having its first kind of rest day right now as it's settling down here in the dirt. I say dirt, but instead of settling down here in the lows right now, just kind of looks like an easily U-shape though. But this has just lost a lot of volume, and again, how high it's up. They have these resting days, so to speak. There goes GP, sold back on off there from 150s to 125. Real quick, sharp movement down for GP. And of course, just I thought I heard rain or something. Just how new they are. I mean, it's not like they've been around forever and they have these rules set in place and it's like, well, this is how it is. Get over it. It's not like it's that. It's just one of those things I think they're still just trying to adapt and adjust. Watch for CAR to come down some more here, team. So CAR could start to come all the way back down to the 755 mark. That'd be a good bounce zone for some traders looking to get back down to that area. Somewhere in there, 760, 765, low day area. Kind of just seems like we're just downtrending down into that. I don't really see much else out there. We have ELPW's remain one. It's bouncing off that 240 mark. Didn't quite come down even into those candles there. It's really kind of bouncing off that resistance area right there from pre-market. This little double whammy. I'll put a line in there. It's not what I wanted it to do at all, but let's erase it and go right here. Right, see, that's what we're trying to bounce off of right there, and then we're channeling. So we're finding lows at 245. Resistance is going to look like it's going to start coming in heavy right around 285 or so. See, there's that 275 touch, or 875 touch. There's that 875 touch there for APGU. 875 touch for APGU. Got close down to that 265 mark. That's 255. My bad. 255 is pre-market low. My bad. I'm all the numbers I'm looking at today. 755. It keeps doing this. Lower shadow up. Lower shadow up. Lower shadow up. What's up, PD? So we'll see if this starts to accumulate down here toward the bottom and starts to U-shape back up on around. ELPW is your main one on watch. 245 or so support, and we're seeing resistance here at 280 or 295. Now, this has been reverse split here recently, too, as well. So don't forget, this has been reverse split. Look, this play was, remember when this spiked here recently, it was never, that was like a 50 cent to $15 play. So now we have resistance, most likely, this $3 area right here. Let's see how strong this comes into play. Come here. Can you come in here and just lay down? Go lay down somewhere, buddy. I don't know why you do this. Yeah, lay down right there with your sister. Chilly Billy. Chilly Billy. All right. See if we can get up into that area. And if we get over that, because that was a null, we saw that recent spike there, and that actually then runs into extend to the left. There we go. So that area should be pretty strong, I would imagine. See if we can't get down to that 755 mark here on CAR, finally getting that a little bit better of a sell-off here down to 755. Kind of look almost for a bounce play there because it did this yesterday where it sold off hard. But man, I just want to, just look like if I had a swing account, this is where I'd maybe start adding in some shares coming up soon, possibly. Like if I was doing trade think or swim essentially, if you know what I'm saying. Like if I was doing something like that, that would really be. We're starting to hit that mark there. Is that 755 bottom? So we go through 755, this thing's going to get stupid nasty, and it's going to sell off hard. So let's just see how it acts through 755, because below that it might see through 755, it's going to see 740. So through 755, if it starts cracking through this right here, it's going to try to bounce off that pre-market, bottom dip where we saw right before the opening bell. That's going to be key, that 755 mark. If it cracks below that, you're going to see a nice good dump. And there's the 3 liquidation touch. There she is, ELPW, into the 3s. Into the 3s here. Holy moly. Wowzy. Trowsy there, ELPW. What a move today. What was the news on this? There is no news, right? That's what I thought. I didn't think there was any news on this play. I didn't think there was any news on ELPW. Come on in. Bounce play back at 240 would be great right now, team. Old resistance is probably going to be new support. You can see this quick little sweep down into it. So let's see if 280 ends up holding. God. All right, so I'm going to put orders in on ELPW, team, around the 240 mark. I like this area. It's built up a nice chart today. There's really nothing else moving. I'm not going to go too big because of what we're seeing today is not so sexy, unfortunately. Not seeing a lot of good plays with news or anything popping up and holding here. So that is the only thing is I think 240, 245 area, maybe put some at 250-ish. Hold on one second. Let me help Avery. These dogs, I swear in the morning, are annoying. Hold on. All right. Yeah, just for Avery, they're a mess. It's like I said, substitute teacher. And there's APGU. So not only APGU did we come up, I'll show you the guys distance F cell, which I figured it would slowly kind of slows back on down. I did this all morning. AGPU. So first we come back, just 875. It's just a number. It just is what it is. And then you can see we bounce off 875. We're pretty much right at it, right there. So what happens there, for the most part, is boom. We're going to fail at it, which was good for you guys still in the short. But then we come up and reclaim it. And not only reclaim that, now you're reclaiming what? The halt up price or halt down price. And so, which is just above it. It's not like it's that far above it. It's like, what, right at 9 or something? Yeah. So now that's holding and pushing back up and creating this uptrend channel. Huge sell off, and like I talked about there, could have just, this is where on Trade the Pull, when I'm like, I would have paper traded it for sure, or on Trade the Pull, I would have traded this 50 shares probably when I started seeing it crack below, and I'll see in the 748s. I'm like, there you go. And there's the, I don't know how long that lasted, but I came back in and you saw me zooming in. I don't know if you saw me adjusting. I was like, oh boy. There's your 20, 30 point move, even with the 100 shares possibly, right? That's a $2,000-$3,000 banger. Again, I don't know how again, depend. You don't. They're thinking about also getting rid of the 5% rule. They're essentially thinking about getting rid of all the rules. I forgot to bring that up. So they're essentially, with Trade the Pool, they're looking to get rid of all the rules. No more rules for Trade the Pool, essentially. It is going to be ruleless. It's going to be, you can go, especially I think a lot of the reason why they're doing that is going to be the PDT. I didn't ask that. I do tomorrow have a continuation, like tomorrow I have a meeting tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, I'll have more information on it, but I have a meeting tomorrow with Michael Katz and Gil, and I'll bring that up. I'm like, hey, about those rules, when do we think we're going to implement them? Like, when are they going into effect? And is it because of the PDT? Is that the reason why you guys are doing that? This change. But it is nice that they're kind of just letting you trade like as if you're at any broker, which is really cool. SPY taking off here, coming back up, new high of day. We'll see what CAR does. This, like I said, could kind of be like one of these rangy days where, again, this reminds me of Tesla. It's not as rangy. It's close. But this reminds me of Tesla. Well, really, I guess you go NVDA and SMCI, because this is about how NVDA and SMCI a little bit more so than NVDA back in 2024 had days like this where you're like, here we go, next leg up, 850, and then nope, and then all the way back down to 720. And then we come up to, just huge rangy days. Fun to watch. Finding areas that you could trade, but again, you'd have to use a broker, because imagine doing contracts, like NVDA had great contracts. SMCIs were decent. Oh, and these are just bang-a-ring moves right here with contracts. All right, the only thing I'm worried about this 240 mark is head and shoulders, and it needs to come down to it relatively soon, but I do see a little bit of head and shoulders that could possibly be formed. But I still like this 240, 245 area. All right, so what else you guys are talking about here? We have Moss. Moss is back, huh? Okay, so we got Moss. What's Moss doing? Oh, okay, yeah, this ugly play. It's ugly. That's ugly charting right there. Definitely has a spread on, and I know that, yeah, just looking at it right now, spread is about 30 cents. Right at about 25 cents is the spread on Moss. Right now, got down to about 12 cents. So we kind of range there from right now to 9 cents. Volume comes and goes. Then now we're back up to almost 25 cents there. The 40-cent spread right now. 40-cent spread. So be careful trading MAAS. Not my cup of tea. I just can't trade those big, nasty spreaders. Oh my God, these are just former runners. Oh, ELPH. I wonder if people are getting mistaken and putting ELPH in, because that's another former runner. Oh, ELPW is what you meant. I swear ELPH was one. BLDP. Yeah, decent. Just slow today. Very slow today. Volume is extremely light today. Very low volume today. Builds up spreads. The only one that has a decent spread right now would be, that has volume consistently is ELPW. This has consistent volume. This has consistent volume without much of a spread. Other than that, VLO, BLDB, anything you've mentioned, MOTS especially, careful. Those low volume, erratic volume, inconsistent volume leads to spreads. So watch your sandwiches today. Still like the 240 mark. I don't mind us bouncing here still yet at 270. We're still trying to hold this little corridor with lower highs along the way. Kind of reminds me of CAR. Would love a move down to some support. Now, where does 720 come into play at from yesterday? Okay, a little bit right there at 7. Not much. I don't see a ton there. Not a ton there, but after that hard sell-off, I knew there would be some. So I was wondering how far that was going to go down before traders were going to start coming in to buy that. Big bounce back on up so quickly there, too. Not only a good short, and then you get a long. These guys over at Trade the Pool keep trying to short this play. I just don't know why. I guess because it's not their money. They're, oh, eventually I'm going to get the top. I'm like, all right. Y'all keep doing that. APGU starting to crack its uptrend channel right here, team. I would base it from the low. I think we're not even haven't tested it yet. Yeah, we're on it. We're almost on it. All right, cool. So you can see pretty nice uptrend channel there for, and I'm going to make it like this. So that upper VWAP band so far away. So we'll zoom in a little bit there. Nothing too great today overall, honestly. ELPW out of nowhere. I think, again, this play has no news. It's just been a reverse split here recently after that crazy 50 cent to $15 move it made in late January. It had a reverse split after that, and it's had one pop earlier this month. So it's still on people's radar. You know, if you've been trading, which most traders that are newer, they remember this most likely from January, and they're all, I mean, especially when I first started, here's the ELPW again. Oh, yeah. You know, and you start doing that shit. It really gets a lot of those traders excited, so it gives it an easier chance to get a pop in. We are starting to build a little bit of a W2 here, so we'll see what takes shape. Sitting back, I like the 240 area. Moss there with the 1050 back up to 1135. Gaps in between the candles there. Got to be careful, again, like I said, trading that. No gaps halt-wise. They have one halt up there, but it's as far as the trades, and that just comes from that spread. So you're going to see candles that are apart from one another. Where you gap, it looks like you're gapping up or gapping down sometimes. SPY, really choppy though. Looks like it wants to squeeze up through the new high of day. I'm going to start looking at other large cap tickers here soon, see if we see anything else. Apple, nice good move today on the nice good strong move here from Apple. Third leg up, going up right now. 1, 2, now 3 up to almost 270. So keep an eye on Apple, I like it. Not so much on AMD. How's App looking? Blech, gross. We've looked at CAR all damn morning long. I forgot to bring up B in the morning alerts, and I'm so glad I did forget because B, Bloom Energy today, has been making better moves and making now all-time high yesterday. Today is ugly. Look up B right now. Well, I mean, unless you're trading the tops and the bottoms. I mean, we're just doing this in a downtrend. Goog, nice good reversal. God, the plays here, my lines, how perfectly they come in. Google came right into a line I have at 36.50 almost all morning long, and yet here again in pre-market bit opening bell afterward here right now about 5 minutes ago. That looks like it wants to squeeze possibly and go for more. How's Meadow looking? Not good today. I didn't like it really. MSTR said watch for the squeeze, and there she goes. That was one of the better ones at the bell. Then came back and bounced off a pre-market high, so that did get the breakout. Google here, of course, another one I said watch for the breakout. Didn't. It is now looking for it though. So MSTR and Apple are my favorites. NVIDIA not so great. Tesla's a little choppy and a little moppy. Did the Q spike today? I guess not because of SPY. Probably relatively similar. Yeah, nothing really out there other than the PLTR looks like it may want to pop and go for more. A couple of these stickers have that look to them. MSTR, nice good squeeze play on the day at 83.25. I can't remember what I said for my normal. I think it was 180. I don't remember if I mentioned over 180. I may have. Beautiful move, though, for MSC over the past few weeks. A lot of these plays, obviously, and of course, AMD going to all-time high. And that was the other one this morning that I said it's gross that I was looking for a squeeze was AMD. Did hit it right at the bell, but failed. So Apple really one of the better poppers for the day, and even charts. We don't have a really good shortened chart for the day. It's really just Apple for me, and I'll start looking at those and showing you guys here soon, just seeing what we have here in the small cap sector. And relatively right now, nothing. So we'll go over and look at Apple Papple here. You can see today we'll go to the 3-minute time frame. Nice, good. It's ugly, you know, with the big wicks. I get that, but at least it is staircasing up there. AMD, you can see nothing great there from it really. Google, at least red to green move out of the gate, coming back up to the line that we have in there. B, as you can see, not very pretty. That's really tight and choppy. hey, playing the tops and the bottom. Hey, if you knew that 229 was your area, I mean, shit, you got to imagine today one to a minimum a couple of bounces you got there. And then, 3250, 33 is your resistance line in. You would have gotten, maybe 2, if not maybe 3 or 4 shorts there. So I guess 1 and that's 2 and that's 3. But we're, still good if you trade that top and bottom and really tight channel right there. I'm not a big fan of that, and you don't know how often those days are going to happen. We do look like a car here may come down for more. It's starting to look a little bearish today now all of a sudden here. So we'll see. APGU got that quick little pop-up, still holding its uptrend. If you go to a 3-minute time frame, this play's been running for light years today, a very long time is my point. We'll adjust it a little bit, but you can see they're still holding that uptrend channel. A nice, good move here. Looking for the move in the next resistance, we all know. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Over 10, watch for move up, possibly even with the run to 10 to 10, 10. Over 10, 10, then we've got this 1090, 1085 resistance area. And then over that, so we have room to run on this play on APGU. And I think APGU is not the smallest of floats. It's decent size, like 20 mil if I'm not mistaken. So what at least I'm seeing over on Trade Ideas. Everything else really for the most part not doing too much. We do have ELPW moving, but again, you don't have a lot moving. It does provide for the play to pop back on up. There is that bearish look I thought I saw there from Carr kind of forming that bear flag and just poof, out of nowhere, the instant 20-point pullback. Nice bounce still off 229, now up 2 points almost. There you go. I mean, that's really the move for BE today. Keep going through these large caps, though, as we look through them. Google, I've already showed that off. Let's keep going through them. Meta, not so great today. Microsoft, it's kind of like Apple. It's a very similar look where, moving, kind of staircasing up, so to speak. Old resistance becoming new support. Old resistance becoming new support. Hold on a sec. All right, come on. Sit there at the dang door for a minute. Lay down. Lay down, girls. Lay down. Lay down, you're fine. Lay. Girls, lay down, you're fine. Lay. Margot, right here. Margot, come here. Margot, over here. Lay, now. Lay. Queenie, go over there and lay. Queenie, lay. You're fine. Queenie, go lay. Lay down somewhere. Queenie, you want to come in here? Lay. Just lay. You want to come in? Yeah, there you go. I will say this is a little, again, slower day, slower time period. Will be this way most likely for me, in my opinion, for small caps. For at least the rest of this month. We don't have many days left this month. What's next Friday? We're already getting to what's it called? May. Cinco de Mayo is what I was wanting to say. And it's the first. It's the first of the month. So next Friday is the first of the month. And then Cinco de Mayo, I love it. Avery was even like, we make tacos. She's now kind of like me, starting to look forward to food all the time. Always mark off Cinco de Mayo. Love it. But I would imagine for the rest of this month, so definitely for the rest of this week, and then we have next week where we really move into more earnings, and it's hit or miss, and I would say March. I'll say February through. It's really a double whammy stretch. February through May, so we'll call it spring. Because for some people, February we're getting really close to spring and out of winter. Depends on where you live in the States. But anyway, I say February through May, that stretch can be hot, which I've seen some years, like February and March be hot, or April, May be hot, if February, March wasn't. And I've seen where we were hot all the way through all those months. And then I've seen where they aren't. And then same thing for summer, where June through August can be dead. And then there have been last June through August, got small caps finally got going again. I mean, you go to last June through August, we had more spikes in June through August, starting with RGC, and there goes Apple, new high of day. That's why I said I like this play for the day. I know when I see bullish plays, I just know them. This thing is now squeezed since I saw it, $1 plus. I think it was RGC. RGC. Is this the one, right? Energy players, or it was BioSense. It was last summer. Yeah, last summer. Here we go. We're almost up on a year from it. It was when I went to or the week after. I forgot what. There was a play. There's one before. There's a couple before. This was the biggest banger-ranger, though. This was the biggest at the time. Then we got more after this. But this was that first one where I'm like, damn, we are back. Because then I went to Colorado, and I brought this up many a time. We were out in Colorado from the 9th for this week. We're out there this week. So this was what, a Monday? Yeah, the first day I was back, that Monday. I was like, okay, small caps, all right. Because when I was out there, I think it was Thursday, I checked in on the small caps, and I was like, okay, well, they had some spikes this week. This is more spikes I've seen in a while. And then you can see we had this one, and then we had it even. So this is, of course, back in January. But still, I would say June through August, we had more spikes in that 3-month stretch than we had the whole 2024. Or all, you get my point. I mean, it was ridiculous. See, and then that's when I started saying, how many 52-week low plays are we going to see? It was like every play we looked at was either reverse split. Most of them were, and of course, at their 52-week low and popping up. Moss halted up again. So we have Moss halted up again. Carr, big bounce off. Look at the Carr, just does not want to die. Does not want to die here. So I'll get Apple off the board for now. I do like it. Looking for a bounce play off of 269 if you want to trade this. Moss halted up again. Again, very low volume. Going small if you want to trade a play like MAAS. What's the Easter egg thing company team? Like during the we just had Easter. I swear there's something that has 2 A's in it and ends with an S. Pause. I don't know, but every time I see MAAS, it reminds me of that when you go to get Easter egg stuff in the coloring area, during Easter in like Walmart or whatever. New high of day on the SPY. New high of day on the SPY, which is definitely Apple's going to love that. Crazy moves right now for Carr. Crazy moves right now for Carr. All right, let's see if we get filled here on ELPW. I have orders at 247. How did I not get filled? I didn't get filled. I swear to fucking. I have orders and I'm not filled. I have orders in at 247 and I'm not filled. 247, 242, and 240 is what I did. Moss is halted up, by the way. Moss is halted up. Resumption time right now would be 1857, showing a sideways resumption price. Did anyone get filled on ELPW so far? I have not gotten filled yet. I'll let this ride out for another couple of minutes to see if I do get filled. I don't want to sit here for 5 minutes and see if I get filled because that means it's probably not going to bounce and it may crack through this. We need to get filled right now and then start to move back on up. Aussie chick, yeah, you always go a little higher. Yeah, you did 251. I have 47, 42, and 40. Yeah, because what was the low in that dip? Yeah, 40. Finally filled there. Finally filled there. 247 fill. 247 fill. Apple ripping, new high of day. Moss still halted up. Going possibly live here soon. MAAS. MAAS. See if we resume here. Yes. Small pullback there. Rip to new high of day. Small pullback to new high of day. Small pullback to new high of day. Apple ripping, new high of day. 271.50. Just hit it on the dot. All right, come on, ELPW. I don't like this, I will say. I'll give it a little bit longer in this area, but you can see, if I'm going to go to a 3-minute time frame we need to pop soon here. I'll give it through this candle, but we need to start popping soon. Does ELPW. Yeah. Slower day. Again, team, take the base hits as they come. Take the base hits here. Want this candle to turn green. We do. We got a minute left in this candle. Need to let Rue out. Keep forgetting about her. She just is like loves staying in this office and does not make a peep. And just says, yeah, I'm good, Dad. After this moves up a little bit, I'm going to let Rue out. Moss, new high of day. Again, check the spread on her. Just be careful trading. Go a little bit smaller. You can see it does get tight at times. But there you can watch this as look at that spread get really tight at 1 cent. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's 15, 20, 30 cents, right? So be careful trading MAAS. I'm going to wait for this candle to close. And then I'm going to let Rue out real quickly. And I'll come right back in and get on the saddle here. It's going to close here at 21 after. We want this candle to turn green. Like Billie Jean, baby. All right, be right back. Rue, you go pop up. Rue, you want to say? Rue, come on, let's go pop up. Go outside. Come on, let's go. Let's go potty. Come on, let's go outside. You're okay. Come on, let's go outside. Come on, let's go. Come on, Rue. Come on, Rue. Good girl. I'll turn the heat up more when I get out. I'll come check on Rue in a second. I'm gonna get 55. All right, sweet. Back. Yeah, I need to start. I like the 3-minute time frame push up to 255 there. Now we can see we're starting to have a little trouble with this area though, team. Having a little issue with this area. So we came down, tipped right off my line. I didn't get filled all my shares there. The low there was 243. I went to 242 and 240. All right. Come on. APGU just couldn't slowly climbing. This might squeeze out of nowhere. Car is cracking back on down. Spy's taking off here to new high of day, and so is Apple. Nice new pop high of day from both of those guys. We'll stick with this play a little bit longer, just to give it some time. It's not like it's a crazy fast mover. For the most part, it's really starting to slow down now, so I'll stick with it. I'll leave my orders in down low to see if it goes down a little bit lower and then it pops back on up. Just to get it, I haven't had many trades here recently, so I'll give this some time and some room to run. See if we get filled a little bit more so. Really not a lot going on today, guys. I know we want more action, but this is just good for you slow and steady traders that need something a little bit slower. Like APG is a good example today, or ELPW is a good example today, or a lot of the tickers that Mo Alley's bringing up. I'm going to let Rue back in. Hold on. Of course. Not really giving us much bouncing yet. Just be patient here, though, team. Be patient. Be patient. APG do that quick little pop-up on the run there to 1050. Still just holding its uptrend channel. All right. Really starting to get the slowdown from across the board here. Nice little move there from APGU, slow and steady. And Moss, had a good little move to new high of day. That low But that lower volume big spread does provide for more movement as Moss has gotten, which is nice. A continuation from yesterday, which is not yesterday. When did this play last pop? Is on Monday. It was on Monday when this play popped. I thought it was yesterday. Monday. So getting about a 50% move from what it had on Monday. Still just not getting that move from ELPW. I still have my orders in a little bit lower to see if they do get triggered here. Although the fact that they're not lets me know that we're probably not going to get that sweep down and pop up. But I don't know how many times I've canceled my orders that does happen. Where I cancel them because I'm like, well, I better cancel those because those aren't going to work. And then lo and freaking behold, what happens? They go down, it wicks down to those orders, and sure shit enough, what happens? It goes right back on up. And so I was like, well, you know what? I'll leave them in just in case. All right, so Louis is now filled right now. Louis is possibly now filled. Stop loss for me is going to be right around the 230 mark. I'll give it to right around 230 or so. I'll give it to right around 230 to pop back on up. Somewhere right around there. Am fully filled now. 242 is my cost basis. 242 is my cost basis. 242 cost basis for myself. I don't know how many times I've canceled them. This play comes down. It dips right into it. And fucking goes back up. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave them in for once. It's slower. Just show you guys how you can just sit back and chill. You don't have to be stressed out. Good doggies. Chilling on out. Really target number one for me now. I'll scale out a little bit at 255. We get back up to this area, 255, 256, right? Excuse me, scale out a little bit there. And then the next area would be somewhere right here. Take a little bit at 265 to 270 would be a nice target number two. And then anything over that in the 280s, 290 area, definitely you would want to take some for sure there. It seems like most are talking about APGU, and for small caps, there's just not a lot out there. I mean, I'm going back on a lot of these different, services and people that are trading, or like the live stream services, and they have chats with them or whatever on YouTube because it's free, so you're gonna get a lot of people over there. They're just like, that's it. I guess they're talking about MU, so I guess MU's had a good move today. Oh, God, MU just squeezed out of nowhere really hard. ARM was mentioned. There's its move to all-time highs I talked about. So ARM, new high, all-time high there. That's a nice, good move from Armarilla. Armarillo ARM. Armarillo ARM. I love it. Oh, trendline crack. APGU. There's a trendline crack on APGU. So APGU trendline crack there. Starting to get a little top heavy here on the SPY. Apple here, of course, looks relatively, moving along with it here as well. Good lesson, yeah, patience. And there you go, got filled. There you go, to 237. Awesome, possum. We've got one decent order to get through, and we should see the 250s. We should be seeing the 250s here coming up soon, team. Only have one real order in there to hold it down. Sorry. I'll blow the smoke into the screen there. Come on, get it. 249's got this 2,300 share order. If we get through him, we're going to see the 252, 253 mark. We're eating him down. He's down to 2,300 shares now. At 249, there's an order in at 249. Once we get through him, we're going to be into the... Now, another order just came in at 247. We ate through him, though. If we can get through this 248, 249 wall, we'll see a shot straight into the 252, 253 mark. Big sweep back on up there. It was huge off that 9 area right here. Really right off the halt down price. Halt strategy actually coming into play for APGU team. Woo, Nelly. Beautiful move off that halt strategy. Right there is where we halted down at. Held it and reclaimed it earlier. Beautiful sweep off of it. God, you got to love that. You got to love that, Jerry. There we go. Come on, give me 253. There we go. There we go. There we go. There's a little bit of love. There's a little bit of love in the life. Come on, I want to see the 255, though, area. Get up a little bit high. Yeah, there's really not much until 254. 254 and 255 have a couple of big orders in. Once we eat through those, we'll see the 257, 258 mark, and then that's where I'll take a little bit of profit. Wanting to scale out 250 shares at a time there once we see if we can see that area, which we got one more pop to go. 254, 255. We've got 1,800 shares. See, right now we're getting into these shares. If we can eat through this, we've got now some more showing up at 252, 253. They're trying to hold it down here on the ask side. If we eat through these orders, we're going to see a nice good pop if we can eat through these. So we're starting to eat through them here. So let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Starting to eat through them a little bit. There we go. I like it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Come on. There we go. All right. Just sold 250 shares. Just sold 250 shares there. There we go. There we go. There we go. Liking it there. Liking it. There we go. Love it. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now I'm taking some more here. Taking a little more profit. Taking a little more profit there. Was in 1,500 shares. Now I'm down to 1,100 shares. Now, if we can get through this 260 mark, we got 260, 2,200 shares. If we eat through that, we're going to see a good pop. We're going to see a pop up to the, again, another 260. You know, we're going to see a good pop, though. We should see, hopefully this move overall get up to the 270s or so. And there you go. There's a little bit more you can start taking off the tape if you want to as we start hitting the 260 mark here, team. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. You know, here we go. We're getting a little move up here for the day. I'm liking it. I'm loving it. I'm wanting some more of it. I'm trying so hard. I can't get... Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Give me a little bit more pop here. We don't really have much to hold us down. There goes a big order that just came in. 10,000 shares at 262. That's going to drop us down a little bit. That's going to drop us down a little bit. But, boy, if we eat through him... Oh, we are. Here we go. We're starting to eat through him here. We could start to rise above. I can't get enough. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Come on now, baby. Come on. Let's get up back on up there. Good little pop there. If you got in 20 cents so far from Louie's price. I got about 20 cents so far from my price. Louie's a little bit better. Probably got about 23, 24 cents where Louie was at. Now we're at this battle at 260. We hold this line at the VWAP. It's going to be key. If we get through the corridor and hold and reclaim the VWAP here with this candle confirmation coming up here soon. We just actually confirmed on it here, so this is going to be key. This battle here could have taken it all if you wanted to. Not bad from where I was in at. I want to try to get more out of this and hold this longer. Show you guys how to kind of scale out. Of course, if it's your one trade for the day and you just want to get a quick little base hit, take it. You know, take your 1,000 shares, 50 shares, 500 shares, whatever. Just get in, get out. Take your profit. I like this back up off that area. We should see the 270, 265 mark, one more time. As long as we hold this 255 mark is going to be key for us. As long as we hold that, we'll be rocking and rolling. We have one big order that has popped back in at 265 at 8,400 shares. Every once in a while, we'll see some 260, 261 orders come in. But right now, main thing is volume died off a little bit. We had that quick little pop up, which was key right off our area. Now we just want to hold 255. As long as we hold it, we got to move into the 265 area again. If we eat through that, we'll see 270. There we go, Louie taking some profit. Hopefully Aussie Chick took a little profit there on the way up too, depending on how big she got in. I don't know if Daza Good got in, whoever else got in with this. Good little bounce play so far. What was the high right there? 265. Yeah, I thought it was 265. That's where that big order's in, which we've eaten at that, or he's gotten down out of it, but he's down to 6,300 shares. Come on, baby, now. Come on. 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 Here we go. Let's see another one of these. That's how cold that water is. There's another order coming in at 260. We're eating through them, though. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Just sold 100 more, down to 800 shares. There we go. I'm going to sell 100 more. I'm down to 700 shares. Come on. 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 Selling 50 at a time now. There's 265 exit. Best I've gotten so far. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go. Go. Down to 650 shares. I'm going to sell 50 more, down to 600. There's that pop to 265. I promised you one more you'd get. I promised you one more up there. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at that sweep right off 55. Come on, baby. Come on. Ah. It's all right. I sold some up top. Maybe could have sold a few more. I'm still holding 600 shares, though. You know you want to squeeze through 270. You know you want to inverse head and shoulder right here. You know you want to inverse head and shoulder right here. You know you want to inverse head and shoulder right here and kind of do this up and start going choo, 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 and start seeing the 280s, low 290s. Come on, baby. Come on. You go. Oh, Myron got a little love there. My dog. Oh, Myron's still in the Chizzy Chapman. Good job there, Myron. Good play. Good bounce. Good bounce so far. Want a little more out of this juicer, though. I'm juicing the juicer. I'm out 900 of the 1,500 shares I took. Still in here you go so you can see team. Bada boom, bada bing as we roll through this here. I'll put this right over here. So it's kind of out of the charts way. All I look at is I'm literally just looking at this guy right here in the chart. I just go back and forth. All right, now that we start coming back down, I have 600 shares. I'm going to put in 300. I'm going to put in 300. So if I need to scale out twice real quickly because we start cracking back down through my stop loss, I will. What I'll do is if I see 254, I'm going to if I see 254, I'm going to get out 300 shares. So that way I know I'm still at least getting profit on those shares. My 10-cent rule that I have to worry about still. That's the one thing that sucks about this more so for me. And I just took 10 right there. I just took 300 there. Now I'm going to hold this 300 and go to 150. So I have 150 now to scale out if we start getting into an area I just want to get out of this and I can double tap it. Still, regardless, I think we hit 65 again. Do we get a little tap? 66. So Louis got almost 30 cents out of it. I've gotten right over almost 25 cents out of it. Is it good? Is it good? It's okay. It's okay. It's not good. It's not great. Not at all. I give this a 6. I give this a 6, okay? Could be better, 100%. The main thing was we got the bounce, 100%. 2, we held 255, which I promised if we did, we'd see another push into that area. I was hoping we'd get a tad higher. We didn't. It's all good. Stop loss for me on the rest remaining shares. I'm going to give it probably just because it's not going to matter either way, because it's not going to count for me. I'll give it to my stop loss or to my entry price. So right now, being the 10-cent rule doesn't, you don't. That's the one kind of cool thing I do like, which does suck though. Also, is so with the 300 shares, my stop loss will be entry, which is 242. So my point being, if I took it now for profit, let me just take it. Well, I'm right at the 10 cent. Let's just say my point being, let's say I take it at 247. Well, if I took it at 247, that won't count towards shit, right? So why not just take it at your stop, your entry, right? Why not? Because either way, it's going to be 0 for you. So that's what I do at this point. Being that if I took it now, it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't get it. Wouldn't get the money. Okay, if I'm not going to get the money, I might as well go right to my stop loss and maybe give it a little leeway right there. 240 is fine with me losing a couple bucks versus I'll just take it now. Well, if I take it now, regardless, I ain't making a dime from it. Does that make sense? Hopefully. No, Aussie Chick, I'm still just in 300 shares. This is my entry price. I'm just scaling out. I've been scaling out this whole time. From 1,500 shares now down to 300 shares. I've probably scaled out like 20 times now. Because it doesn't matter. It's all cost basis how you scale out. So it's not like it's the same. One thing that was old school, like trade the pool or think or swim days, where every scale out costs $5 or $10. It's all adjusted on how many shares you have. So every scale out it would cost the same. So if it was 1,500 shares, I forgot what it cost, right? But it would cost the same thing to. So anyway, that's why I just scale out as much as I want, one share at a time. So no, I'm still just in 300 shares. Got in at 247, 242, and 240. Those are my average entry prices. 247, 242, and 240. 500 share allotments apiece, 1,500 shares total. I'm going to start going bigger, like 3,000 shares when I feel more comfortable and confident. Like I said today, not so much. We'll go 1,500 shares. Got you. Can you show me on Thinkorswim? Yeah. Oh yeah. So you're gonna watch the chart. Always watch the chart. But all I do is Thinkorswim. All I would do here, Aussie Chick, is watch this right here and watch the battle of the tape, right? And see who's winning. So right now we're back on up, and we have 3,200 shares at 1-2. Oh, that's that's way. Yeah, we got some support. More support. Come on, keep going. No, come on. There's 5,200 shares, but now we got to eat through 2,000 shares, right? So all I'm doing is reading the level 2. So that's all I'm looking for. And essentially, and I love it because it's a little more colored over here, so you can see it clear on Trade the Pool. Is I know that when I market order out, excuse me, on going long, this is where I'm going to get out at on the bid. So if I mark it out right now, 256 that's where I'm getting out at. If I'm shorting, if I get out right now, it's 257. That's why I market order out a lot of the time on these plays and manage them instead of just put limit orders in. When there's a 1 cent spread and they're slower, I'll just manage them and slowly just, fire missiles away once I get higher and higher and higher. I think 265, which I saw in the bid. I haven't pulled the chart up yet. I'm not even looking at the chart. I'm not looking at theirs at all. All I'm looking at is this and this, these two right here. That's all I'm looking at. And so I'm firing missiles every time I see a new high in the run there. Slowly scaling out. Why? Because it's slow. I want to make sure I get every piece of this pie. It's not one where I'm like, okay, this is this is nice. Boom, this is the one we got. We have decaying volume. It's decaying. We might get that downtrend break, and boy, oh boy, if we get a volume candle up to around this lower VWAP band, that's how big the green volume candle is. We'll be seeing the 280 mark. We'll be seeing the 280s. We're getting tight here. That's why I'm still holding 300 shares. Is it a lot? No. It's something. A little piece of the pie. But we're getting tight. Super duper tight. As we can see here. Well, this is in the way now. I would put my uptrend channel from about right here up. Boom. Somewhere right about right there. Of course, we can cancel left, or not right extension. I want to extend to the right. Cancel to the left. And boom. There's your uptrend. I say uptrend. There's your very tight flag. It is tight. So I'm watching and waiting and hoping we get the big green volume candle, squeeze the Rooney Badoonie. And if we do, I'm immediately going to come over here and erase one and start scaling up 50 at a time. If it's the drop of Rooney, I'm immediately have some sell, double tap it. But I'm just watching the bid. The bid's where I'm going to get out at. The fact that it's a 1 cent spread, there's no point to not mark it out for the most part. You got it, yeah. This is just stuff I've done more now. Throughout the years. I don't know when I first started doing this. Really more so with Trade the Pool, but Cobra, right? With Lightspeed, I was doing that when I was shorting. I love the plays that had the 1 cent spread like this, and so when the short was going your way, then you can just fire away missiles essentially. When the shot's there, I'm just have my eyes on the scope. I am just sitting there, little with my sniper rifle. And every time I see boof, 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 right, I'm just firing shots away. I just started to do that. See here, come on now, don't go, come on, don't break my heart. Do a little, come on, shake some out, shake them and go, shake them and go. Shake them and go. Shake them and go. Come on. But yeah, I've just started doing it. It's just something you develop throughout the year. So yeah, it's just stuff that, yeah, you guys are definitely, if you can do it, do it. You know, if you can start to practice that. All right, we'll give one more last hit of the goodness. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm switching to 50. I'm switching back to 50. Give me 267. Come on. Come on, volume. Come on, volume. Come on, baby. Come on. Don't do it to me now. Don't start. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. What I am going to do, just so I do take a little ammo right here, I'm going to take a little ammo right there. So I'm down to 250 now. I'm going to fire away another missile at that high area. Come on, there's nothing really there. Well, it kind of keeps popping up at 265. 2,500 shares, that's it. Come on, eat through him. Some people, come on, buy hundreds of thousands of shares. Why are we not buying? I'm already in. Get your asses in for the ride. This is going to squeeze. Come on, everyone, market order in now. Not you guys, but the people on the real market. Come on. 20,000 shares on the bid order just came in at 264. Oh my, we're trying to eat through them. 20,000, look at this team. Looky here. Oh my, if we eat through that, this thing is going to go bang-a-rang through to 270. There's no way it doesn't. Come on. Who's going to eat through 20,000 shares though? We're doing it. We're trying. We're down to 21. We're down to 16. Oh, bang-a-rang. Bangy, boom, booms. Let's go. There we go. Took a little more profit there. Come on. Get through to the 270s. You know you want it. You know you want them. You know you want that cookie. You know you want that cookie for the nookie, baby. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Fire away. Ammo. Loaded. Go. Boom. Bam. Let's get it. Let's fire. Let's go. Come on. Let's get this. Come on. Go. Boom. Bam. Fire. Firing away. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Give me 280s now. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, we got a lot of backing power. Come on. We got some power in us. We got some power on the bid side. Popping us, baby. Let's go. Look at the bid side. Racking them up over here. We're racking them. We're stacking them, and they can't stop us. Let's go. Come on. Mush. Let's go. That was huge. A lot of green on the tape there. Tons of green on the tape. Come on. I'm going to sell a little bit more right there at high. We could start to reverse, getting a little weak. There it is. There's a little bit of selling coming in now. Still down to 130 shares. Selling 10 at a time here. Let's just go down to 5 shares. I'm going to go ahead and sell 5 more in the, and we'll go to 25 here real quickly. See if this doesn't hold. Maybe we get that real quick pop into the 280s. Beautiful move here. Come on. Let's go. Keep pushing here. We're trying to do this little goofy inverse head and shoulders that I was talking about, as we move on up there. Beautiful move there. Beautiful move. Got the squeeze. Ate through those orders. Got the pop there. Hopefully, again, watching this on the time and sales, watching this on the level 2, that'll start to all kind of make sense. And, of course, how I'm scaling out, why I'm scaling out, all that kind of good stuff. God, I would love for this candle to hold the 270s. Come on, hold 270s. Hold. We have a little bit of time left. In this 3-minute candle here, but boy, oh boy, if this could hold, we got 2 minutes left here. If this could hold the 270s, we will squeeze into the 280s. It's okay. It's all good. Now we need to hold the 265 mark. The old resistance is going to have to show some support here. Would be juicy. Come on, bounce off of it, liquidate and come up, liquidate, sweep, shake them out again. Keep squeezing these shorts, keep squeezing them. Aussie chick, let's go. Yeah, fun trade. It's fun stuff, isn't this? This is good when you find the correct area to trade, team. When you find the correct area to trade, it's you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Absolutely bang-a-rang sauce right here. Down to 125 shares from the 1,500 in. Again, I went I wanted to go bigger recently. 1,500 was kind of as big as I was getting there for a while. And I'm like, this is just goofy. My bounce areas are just crazy, stupid money. You need to stop, being wussy farts. And I'm going to sell 25 right here in the mid 270s here, team, and then get down to 100 shares. And then just start scaling out 10 at a time. Oh, and right as I do that, come on, pop to 2. Oh, come on. Come on, that's fine with me. Get it to 280s now. I don't care. Just go. Oh, I think it needs one more of these. Let's go. It's off to work we go. Let's go. It's off to work we go. Hoo hoo ha 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 he. Let's. Every time I take a hit, this thing pops up. And I'm taking some big days. I told you guys. Oh, man. Let's go. Come on. It's about to see the 287 mark again. It feels like it wants to suck right back into that high of day. There it is. Whoop! There it is. This might see reversal. I'm going to get down to just, that's good with me. Nice. We're working this motherfucker. All right. Looking a little heavy. I'm going to take it down to 20. We're going down to the 5s. We got to go down to our small guns now. I feel like we started with really big guns and now we worked our way down to like the gold. Hey, if we got the golden gun, we golden gun this one. Hey, we got 40 cents out of her. Mwah, 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 mwah. Got 10,000 shares. Yeah, I thought we had a big pullback about to come. We have 10,5 here. That's got to hold. Or I'm gonna sell some. That'll be kind of like a mini stop loss for me. That might be it right there. Man, how about that though, team? How about this? Is anyone still in with me from 240? Raise your hand. Is there anyone still in with me from 240? Anyone? Is there anyone still in from 240? Or is everyone out? I have a one-on-one in 40 minutes, so I'm going to take a break at the top of the hour. Nice, good job, Moel's right there with me. And by the way, Moelle lives he's on the other side of town. So every suburb, every capital city, well, most capital cities, but your big city in the state, right? Dallas's, Chicago's, you name it. They have suburbs outside them, lots of little cities, right? Lots of them, boroughs, whatever you want to call them, right? Well, he is a borough, a city on the other juncture, Little Rock's the hub. I'm up this way, he's up this way. I mean, literally just straight west of me almost, essentially, which is nuts. So crazy. Love it. Absolutely love it. I need to go see my buddy Shane. That's actually the buddy I talked about. He texted me last week anyway. So I need to see him at some point. I need to get him because he ain't ever gonna come see me. That's just how it all. I'm the guy that you're the friend that always has. I'm the friend that always has to go there. So I need to go see him. We need to go see a Razorback game, yada yada. But I need to come to Conway. And like I said, man, we'd get together for sure. Lots of good restaurants over in Conway. Love it. Good stuff, though. It's crazy. You just never know how close you are to somebody. You just never know. Oh, come on here. Don't do it to me. 275 here. We're gonna sell. We're gonna sell, Josh. Well, I'm holding here. We still are eating through these orders now. That's gonna be where I just sell 5. Yep, and I did. Right before it started to crack through there. Now that's gonna be kind of, if we can create this little dip like we did earlier, becomes a stop loss. Right? Now that I'm this far up. I'm not going to give it to my entry price, obviously. Not that it's only 15 shares, I know. But you got to start creating this new bound of stop loss. And for me, it could either be 265. And I think that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to see if it doesn't hold this uptrend that we try to create. Old resistance, new support sandwich area. Let's see if this doesn't hold. And if it does, we're holding. If it does not, I'm going to get out fully. That'll be the full stop loss. We cracked that uptrend channel. Good job, though, Moali. Good job, team. Good trade. Finally, after all these days, we sit back here and wait. Some days we don't get good trades in. And I'm sorry, and I've been lot going on here in my life recently. Just sorry, I've had a lot going on in my life. Anyway, but trying to get trades in with you guys and make sure that you find the right trades and the levels every single day. You know, it's not like I'm not trying to trade, obviously. Can't wait for trend line cracks to work. You know, like a trade, like an APGU. Not that it's, you know, it provided for a good trend line crack. I'll say that, but not like we used to see, right? So, beautiful uptrend. I used to love these plays. I'm like, I dumped off. We probably already shorted this, you know, and I'd say, hey guys, I know Moali's been around long enough. Or I'd have said, hey, shelf crack, 1160 shelf crack to VWAP crack, first target, 1050, second target, blah, 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 blah. And we would have got in with the great candlestick confirmation, as you can see right here below it, at like 1140. Would have had a great entry. Comes down, got to take profit right where I said to. Comes up, retest our entry, fail zone, does so for another entry or add-in for the ultimate, death kill dump. And then you hold that into the opening bell and you were just going, ha! And we've seen it. I have FGL still pulled up, right? I still need to make a clip about that. December of 2024 was one of the last trades that I've shown that off, where it was a trend line to VWAP crack. It went up from it was very similar to this, price-wise, almost. I think this one went from 3 to 11. Did the same sort of thing, you know, cracked the VWAP trend line around the 8s. High was in the 11s. We all got in the 8s, and I rode that out. I said, this is going to hit in the 2s. It's going to go all the way back to where it came from. And sure enough, it went all the way back down into the 2s. The 2s! And let's fucking go! The intro song, where is that at? Where is that? Please tell me I still have that pulled up or I'd be crying. Yeah, here it is. This song. Oh. Here it is.
Oh, fucking FGF! Let's
go! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Fuck yeah! Let's go! What'd I tell you FGL was gonna go to? Let's go! Sorry if I just blew some eardrums in chat. Hey Clausen, yes, I've been there for a few months. We're the ones. I love it. That to me is hilarious. How I just go straight back to nothing ever happened. Oh yeah, Kate Clausen. So everyone like this is probably just like, God damn it, Josh. and then trader in chat that does music. Oh, what Sean Worrell made this for me. Oh, fucking FGF. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Go. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Let's go. What I tell you FGL was gonna go to? Let's go. Sorry if I just blew some eardrums in chat. Sorry. Didn't mean to. I'm sorry. So yeah, I need to get that done. I need to get those clipped. But yeah, that song was awesome when he played that. I was like, oh, that's fucking dope. Let's fucking go, for real. All right, any last questions? Great morning. Sitting back and waiting. Yeah, never forget that. 6 people around conference say, oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, I kind of stopped with that one because it was a 50-50. I mean, I think everyone liked it. It was just it was always out of nowhere because I would do it with this simultaneously, right? So I would do it with that. But you didn't know when that was going to happen a lot of the time. And so if you weren't just full on paying attention, I would say like hot mic, I didn't even do a countdown right, you know, those kind of things. Anyway, it's funny. So that was the anyway. So it was like a 50-50 because I'd catch everyone off guard and give everyone like a heart attack. Yeah, you're in a conference. So that is just too funny to me. That's just, I mean, I'm sorry. And funny, not funny, right? You know, it's like, oh god, it's good stuff though. NMAX looks interesting. All right, let me look at NMAX here. But anyway, back to the trend line crack. Now back to this. So, you know, candlestick confirmation comes in at 980 and we go down to 9. And that would have been, that's a pretty good short because that is target 1. That would have been it, 9. You know, and right there's 80 cents or so. That's great. Sweeps back up. You're still good and green. Okay, well, whatever. You're still in the 930s, 50s, and then all of a sudden, boom, and it never saw lower than that again. Sucks. We're not getting that. Because, again, I go back to APGU and the follow-through on this was already in this into the opening bell like the FGLs of the world. Finally getting out as it comes back up. Of course, stops me out, but still, you know, hey, whatever, stop me out, great trade. Then I'm like, oh, shoot, we're going to reattack APGU. There's a trend line that lasts almost an hour long. You got to be kidding me. Heck, banana, yes, sir, we're taking this. So we're get this great candlestick confirmation. It does do this, comes up, but then it keeps dumping. And right now, where do we start at? I want to come back to the 5s, but sometimes we'd be back at 5. Minimum, we'd be in the 7s, though. We would have dumped down from the trend line crack, and we get another $1, $2 out of it. And I know Mo Wiley members, again, we just have trend changes. Things change. Right now, we're shorting the tops. They don't last that long some of the time. Sometimes they last a decent amount, but then we're getting these bullish moves back up. Every once in a while, you get the top. It is the best, but that's the best. That's the best shorts you have, whether they're short-lived or long-lived. That's it. Bullish breakouts are working. Downtrend retest, waiting for it to break, then come back and test it. And then, of course, that's it, which is what? And then bounce plays, which to me are just the safest right now for me overall. And to teach you guys how, in any market, because Myron, if he's still around, can tell you, up off to those, or well, he's about to that time of the year. He's like, all right, off to the beach, Josh. He lives up in the Northeast, doing great. 90% win rate, 80 probably still plus, I'm sure, around there since August of 2023. Been doing this for a very long time. When I was in trendline crack shelf heaven, I wouldn't take the bounce plays. I just wasn't comfortable because everything was just dumperooski. But how often I would alert a bounce play, yeah, I'm not going to take it though. And how many times I would get out of a short at low of day. We'd take a play like APGU, take it down to my target, say that what, and it would literally be my target. I'm not kidding you. It'd be my target, I'm out. And then boop, pop up, and it would go to new high of day. It was at 24. I forgot what year it was. There was about 10 plays that did that. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. It was getting to a point was laughable, where I was like, why am I not taking my bounce plays? The short was really good. It was great sometimes. Then in the end, if you look at the bounce play, it would come back up and go through new highs. So it was in the end being better and way better than the short was. Oh man. All right, let's see. Okay, have a 10 there. Okay, cool. Awesome, 2 for 2 showing. Awesome, love it, brother. Yep, good to have you back on the flow and the go, brother. I'm going to take the break here, my 30 minutes for the morning before I get into my one-on-one for the day. Beautiful bounce plays. Beautiful today. I'm still going to hold this right here. My stop loss is going to be candlestick confirmation below 265, and I'll get out. It's only 15 shares. Glad you guys got it. We banked. I'll see you guys back after my one-on-one. So essentially, in about an hour and a half from now, I'll jump back on the mic after my one-on-one is done. Right about 12:30 Eastern time. Back in a bit, team. I'll put some jams on for now. Bangarang. Honestly, Bangarang. Haven't seen that one in a while. Lost Boys, Lost Girls. What a beautiful one. Glad we got a bounce. 40 cents today, I'll take it. Might even get more out of it, but 40 cents, 100%. We'll take that. Back in a bit.
We are figuring things out here now. I'm audible. Thank you, Josh, for letting me know in my ear there. Oh, you are live. Perfect. Awesome. So that's fun. Gave me the old run around there. How you doing? Nice. Absolutely. I'm doing great now that I'm audible. What I was trying to say is that we essentially are seeing a little bit of shake and bake here on the turn of the hour here. I wanted to check and see if it's news because we've been kind of bumping our heads against this level a couple of times in the past hour, looking like we wanted to break down. I think we just failed the breakdown and can start an attempted move up. So I want to keep watching. Looks like we got a downtrend line break. So real quick, I'm gonna check for some news. Oh, Trump tweeted. I see. Trump saying Iran halted the execution of 8 women protesters after my request. Okay, that's amazing. If that's true, awesome. I'm happy. Anything that pumps the market, though, right? So we'll see if it's that or whether it was also there was also the 20-year bond auction here. So let me double check and see how that went. But yeah, between the two, we got something that's changed the character of the market just a little bit, and I want to keep watching this. I've been positioned long all day, not in SPY. I did take a morning trade on the futures stream with David that worked pretty well. Didn't get a huge amount out of it, but not too shabby. But I am long a few positions. FCX, that one is working well today. I'm still holding that one. I'm watching, or I am in, I'm sorry, UUU as well.
Hey, you.
A. It's so hard to say, but I think that it's catching here today. And what I'd like to see is this daily candle just hold above the open. Putting in a bottom wick is fine. Like
All right, is anyone still around on the Rock and Roll Breakfast Show? If anyone is still around. This will always wake them up. This will always get them.
Fucking FGF! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Fuck yeah! Let's go! What I tell you FGO was gonna go to? Let's go! Sorry if I just blew some eardrums in chat.
In chat. There's Aussie Chick. What's up? So, good bounce play. Arm is ripping today. I've said, of course, I have my small caps over here because most of you guys trade small caps. Got to watch Carr and what is of that happening today of now a 300 overall range day. Absolutely amazing. FCL slow and steady mover. AKAN as well, like this for longs. I like ELPW. So our 3 long plays for the day. Support down here at the 240 area. Resistance up top. Really coming in heavy right around the 280 mark. AKAN moving overall, kind of in this little W triple. Could be an inverse head and shoulders forming. Shoulder head could be shoulder. Back over 7 for AKAN. Watch for that squeeze. Probably just some consolidation over lunch hours here for FCL. It's going to probably slow down as we move into prime lunch, which we're getting into right now, and kind of maybe even exiting over the next 30 minutes, but it is prime lunch. You got to think about East Coasters fully at lunch, some coming back. Central time zone fully at lunch. Mountain time zone fully at lunch. So this is the time right about right now where we usually have the least amount of volume for small caps in the day. AMD and ARM for large cap tickers have been beautiful moves on the day as well. If you're looking at banger rangers, I doubt you guys are looking at those plays, but those were good moves. So just keeping an eye on them. But small caps, had some decent moves in it. Nothing too crazy. I would say it ended up a little better than I anticipated from, say, pre-market where we were going, gee, God, what do we got here? We'll go there. Upper shadow makes it look like it's going to make it look something around like that right there. Anyway, those will be the lines I have in there. If you want to throw in one extra one right here, we'll do this for, I'll go in a little bit lower and go right about right there. And there's your lines you'd have in. I leave the downtrend line in. We broke it finally here, and they gave, of course, small little volume pop as well with it. Do we hold the downtrend on the way back down? Of course, that will line up with that 245 area. Great bounce play. I say great, but just for a day like today and what we've seen, which again really hasn't been a lot, just to be honest, obviously, ended up being a good bounce play. Really going across the board for the day, what we've seen, going back, rewinding, looking at small caps, and what I see now, that was one of the best plays of the day, besides a couple of good shorts at the top to start the day. APGU was another good one. That was a pretty decent short. Of course, ELPW if you got the top, whatever. Good bounce plays today. Good bounce plays, a couple of them. Let's have a great day, everyone. I have to say that before I leave. Aussie Chick, any questions from you? How are you green for the day? I know we used to keep talking about that. How we doing, Aussie? We green for the day? I would imagine you're green. I hope you're green for the day. Anyone else want to go over trades? Anything else you want to go over, guys? Just a quick little lunch recap. Today's the back and forth day. I'll get back on the mic. I do have a one-on-one to start power hour like I did yesterday. So I'll get back on the mic just like I did yesterday before that and talk to you guys for a few minutes before power hour starts and I get into my one-on-one. Toro just also saw new high of day. So TO, I'm going to move FCell for now. Toro also was moving today, so that just saw new high of day. Not too bad. Move FCell over here. Very slow play. Still, though, not bad. Just had the one trade with you. Okay, nice. Oh, like I said, really not a lot going on today. It ended up being a little better than anticipated. ELPW, multiple bounces if you were watching the Trade the Pool stream as you saw there, So one bounce after the first one, second. Now we've gotten a third one in that area. That was one of the main ones. I'm glad you got it. A lot of people I know that, or at least on the live stream or take the morning alerts, I'm sure got that bounce play. That was money. That was money. We do have AKAN popping up here, to, the high of day area. So we'll see if this continues to climb. Hitting the LULD right now. So AKAN is hitting the LULD right now. AKAN hitting the LULD, about to halt up. We'll keep Zindu on watch here. AKN is halted up now. Resumption price showing 802, 795, 790, 787, 788. All right, so we're kind of right back down to where we halted up at. Not too much of a gap up there. 780, 790 area. Cool, Aussie. Take a break. I'm doing the break right now. Here's Vegemite break. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Music on. Vegemite break 2. Set hut, hut. Holy wow. AKAN, AKAN went on a bananas move here. Nice, good squeeze play. Right there. 8 support. Even probably down to the 750 mark. Sorry, I just had a gummy. Like a candy gummy. Num num num. Some blueberry, raspberry, whatever the heck it was. 620 down to the 6 would be the next area, somewhere in there. So there's your 2 bounce play areas for AKAN. On the way up today. Wow, we have not been in this area for a while. Nope, passed it. What is high of day? 1120. I really don't see anything there. I see something right here at 13. I see 13. Maybe a hair over it. And then right here, off that at 1420, 1440 area. So we'll see how we fare on the way up to the AKAN. I don't think this has any news. It does not, but this is the main play. I do have a one-on-one about to get into that. I'll see you guys at the start of the power, or start of closing bell. So I'll see you guys at the start of closing bell. So I'll see you guys back here in about an hour or so. Mr. Riggs is in what state again do you live in, brother? I always forget.
Rhode Island.
That's right, Rhode Island. Oh, yeah. See, I was like, which small state up there is it? I know it's one of those little bitty guys. Oh, man. So cool. All right, we'll go first. We'll go ladies first. Miss, we'll just call you, simplify it today so I don't ruin your name over and over and over. A-Trades we'll call you. I like it. Wife's name's Avery,
No, no.
A-Trades, what? A-Trades.
Ale.
A-Trades. I like that. You only trade A-plus setups and you get A's on your trades.
Fine.
What have you traded today? What did you trade today? We'll start with you.
AK, I just woke up. It's 8 a.m. in Cali.
Well, you know I've got people in here on the West Coast coming up at 7 a.m. my time, which is 5 a.m. their time, your time. So come on now.
I went to bed hella late because I live stream on TikTok at like 9 p.m. and so I didn't go to bed till like 2 in the morning.
Yeah. TikTok there. How you liking that? Streaming there, of course.
I love TikTok. I just started 3 weeks ago, I think, and honestly, it's so much fun. Like you meet hella cool random people from all over the world. I've been growing my community super fast, and my followers, like literally every time I hop on, I no joke, I get 100 followers every day.
Dang, I need to start going live over there. Look at you, building them up. Yes. Well, it's one thing when you're a pretty woman versus just a dude. You know, I have to have like 6-pack and like showing off Ferraris and showing off Lambos and, you know, shooting guns like that one guy does or whatever. Anyway, it's You just get on there like, ooh, hot girl. What? I don't care. I don't even know what she's saying. I don't even know what she's I'm just Anyway, that's good though. I love it. You got to build the profile. You know, you got to build that followership, especially I know you're getting into the streaming game. So, okay, well, how about this? Potentially then, do you have your eye on any setups for a trade coming up soon?
Well, we have been dumping for quite some time now. And last night I missed my entry for a nice little scalp. So typically if I miss it, like I need to walk away because I need to just like reset and recenter and then look for the next setup. So I was looking for a short on gold last night and I also missed that. So that was 2 trades that I missed. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shut it off. And tomorrow when I hop on, I'll look for the next setup. And what I'm looking for is longs because we've already done so much, just looking at the chart here, that I want to see confirmation for the long side, or I want to see if it's going to continue to come down to the zone that I wanted for shorts, because I still think we need it has room to continue to keep falling. But also, since it is Friday and I don't know if you remember, but last Friday, I made like 3 G's on my Express account on the prop firm. And literally like the next day or like the next, because it was Monday or Sunday night, I was live on TikTok and I got just way too excited and I did not manage my risk. I had terrible entries. I literally almost ended up blowing the Express account and I was $56 away from blowing it, and I have managed to save it somehow with 1 micro, and I'm up 700 on the week. So I'm kind of celebrating that and just being like, okay, you know what? You had a good week to saving this, you know, because I'm not really trading my real capital right now because I'm in a transition between leaving my personal training career to switching on to like training or trading full time. So I've just been kind of like taking it slow and just, you know, being really careful with my trades and everything.
Good. Love it. Hey, you got a little setback. What happened? Get a loss. Got to chill out. Make sure you're still green for the week. Carry that into the weekend. You're good.
Yeah.
All good there. Okay, so Mr. Caesar.
Yes.
Mr. East Coast probably has taken a trade then today. What did you trade, my man?
NQ. I've only traded NQ. I was in a long on NQ this morning before the open. I went long at 23,582, which was a daily level. Caught about a good 60 points on it. And then I caught another long on NQ from 23,460. 453 is a monthly level that it has been respecting. Even now, it's still respecting it. And I am looking for some sort of upside because of the amount that we've been selling off. And we're probably not going to get that till maybe later in the day. Trump is also supposed to be talking today at like 5:30, which I believe that's when, you know, but at that time we're not gonna, the market's gonna be closed. So hopefully, or we'll see if like anticipation of Trump speaking, we get some buyers stepping in. But for now, I am looking to continue to buy every sell off because every time we sell off, we make a new low. We tend to have a nice 50 to 60 and even a couple of times 100 points to the upside.
Nice.
And because of this back and forth, I'm also only just trading about 4 to 5 micros just to make sure that I don't over leverage or get wick because I could be wrong and Trump could say something counterproductive to the market and the market dumps, right?
Right.
So
So let me ask you that then. When you get into, like, say the Trump's talking, does that, or it's FOMC day? Are there days like that for you guys in the futures where you stay away? Or are there certain times where, like, okay, I'll trade here, but I'm getting closer to Trump's talking? Does that ever affect your trading?
yeah, it does. Like today, we have some FMOC members speaking, but they're not the main one. So generally, the main person that you want to watch for, like when he does speak, is Jerome Powell, right? There are other FMOC members that, like, if they do say something, whatever, it can cause the market to move a bit, but not substantially, like as if it was an actual FMOC day where, they're determining are they going to cut rates or not, and if Powell ends up speaking, right? So because of that, no. And generally, yeah, when Trump is about to speak, I tend to either size down or just completely stay out of it, just because again, he could say anything that could cause the market to drop. But I believe whatever he's going to say today is going to cause the market to potentially rally. And then over the weekend, we might get some gap downs based off of, over things happening over the weekend that we're not getting information on.
Right. Well, we talked about this last week actually when you were on this momentum and movement back on down. So I'm not surprised at all. So keep on coming down to our areas we talked about last week. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yes.
All right, so I know both of you. I've kind of just for the futures traders, which I do have a few in chat, and then I'll post this, which will help out a lot of traders. And we'll go back to ladies first, Miss A Trades. Ale. All right, so I had futures for dummies. If you're going to tell someone or show someone, which you may do already on your TikTok and your live streams, your setup, what you're looking for, a trade that you've taken that worked out perfectly in your favor. If you want to share your screen, I want you to do stock trading, or no, I should say future trading for dummies featuring A Trades.
Okay, yeah, I'll share my screen because it'll be like easier to show.
Share. Press the share or ask the share, and then I'll let you share. There we go. And now press the button again, and it'll ask you what screen you want to share.
Okay. Is it good?
Got it. We can see it.
Okay, so futures for dummies or my trade strategy for dummies?
Either way, yeah, exactly that. I mean, that's essentially what I want you to. I mean, that's what, to me, I want you to say, hey, if you have never traded futures before, here's a setup that you can trade that I attack all the time with a high win rate, and that I think you should be able to get down pretty easy.
Okay. Last night I was going over gold and, oh, wow. Okay. I wanted to show you, I think it was this area here. So let me just kind of delete these lines. I have watched many different traders over my career, and I implemented everybody's strategy into mine. So I don't have just one thing that I look at, and I typically only have 2 A+ setups, but sometimes I'll scalp B and C setups, meaning that, like, for example, on a 15-minute time frame, if we look at this drop right here, this would be like an A+ setup. This would be a B setup. This would be a C setup, and then like a little scalp like this would be like a D setup.
Okay.
So I rank them based on the size of the range, and of course, like on a 15-minute time frame, from that point, March 20th until hitting the lows, it's a 3-day move, and we really typically don't know how long that move would take, but those are the moves that if I see that it's hitting a major area, then I'm looking for like a swing position on my other broker, not this, because on a prop firm you can't hold a position overnight. So on the prop firm, I'm looking for these kind of moves, like B to C setups. Sometimes I'll get a nice A plus setup on futures, and it'll take like maybe an hour or two, sometimes 4 hours, depending on, if I want to hold, if I have time, because I have like 3 other jobs to manage. But typically what I do to start to look for a nice setup is I go to a big time frame, like a 4 hour. Well, actually, I really start on the daily because I want to know what the actual trend is. So if you look here on gold, we've been uptrending, right? So we can just literally connect the dots on the bottom of the candles, and then as soon as it broke that, then to me the uptrend, like imagine, this is a staircase and this is like a little person going up the stairs, right? Now we're no longer going higher, we have a downstairs case now. So then you draw another trend line on the bottom and you say, okay, well, I would like to know if it's going to break that new trend, or is it going to continue to have a downstairs case, right? Or is it going to break above and go higher and create a new staircase? So I'm always looking for, are we going upstairs or are we going downstairs or are we going through the hall sideways?
Okay.
And that's as simple as I can put it for new beginners.
Love it.
So then determining the trend is your friend. You don't want to go against the trend. So like on this drop, right? If we have that line and it's not going above it, then we are continuing to look for short positions or sell positions. And yes, you can find a buy position, but it's not going to be, the move is down. You're not going to get a bigger move on the upside, right? So I wouldn't be looking for buys, I would be looking for shorts. So then I go to a smaller time frame to see, okay, what is the range? Meaning like if we can draw zones, like, okay, the market went from that level to this level and then it created a new zone. It had a hallway sideways and it hit the floor on that area and the ceiling on that area. Then we broke that zone, and then now we are pretty much hitting from that zone to this zone. So now it looks like it's breaking that zone and we are now going sideways. So I want to know, is it going to hit this zone or is it going to be in the middle again, like this area here, and come back down to either this floor or that floor? So I look at zones like that just so I can see like what the main levels would be to have a great entry and manage the risk well, because I don't want to chase, like if I see that this has nice strong momentum, I'm not going to chase a call position because the entry, it already happened, right? Like I already missed it. I'm not going to chase. I'm just going to accept that I missed it and I'm just going to let it be and then look for the next setup or look for another opportunity to take calls if that's what the new structure is going to be. So from that, I go into, if I clean up the chart just so it's not messy. If we're just looking at this range, I look in previous history, where was the main area that it held support from? And I don't want to be too complicated because of course we're just doing this for beginners, but let's just say we draw a square from where like it bounced from, and we can all agree that it bounced from this area, this area, this area, and we could just assume that if it comes back down to that area, the probability of it going higher from that area is pretty high, right? Unless it goes below that zone or these lows, then we're probably gonna come down lower, right? But in this case, it's telling us, hey, it's holding something here. It's holding a floor. So why don't we take a position where it bounced off last time, which is this zone here, and risk below that area and see if we can take a long position. So after I draw my main zones, I go, okay, well, knowing the zone, what's the range and how high can it go or how much can it run? So then I literally, like, before I already have everything charted, meaning that I look at the major zones and the major levels. So if this would be a level here, for example, I would just draw a line and I would draw that level there because this area, we hit resistance from this zone and then we broke the resistance and it acted as support for this run. And same thing here, it broke, acted as resistance, acted as support, acted as resistance, acted as support, acted as support. So here we're in a major area again where it broke that area and it came all the way down. So from there, I look to see, can there be other zones or other areas that it could potentially get rejected or bounce from previous history? And I just make it that simple. If it held there and it bounced, then I can see that it also held there. It tried here and it utilized that area as some kind of support here, but then it broke it and it used it as resistance. So it tried again here, it used it as resistance. So now we're coming up to that area. So if I were to take longs or calls at this area, I would probably be selling around here. But if it breaks that zone and it comes back to retest, then this would be your second profit target. And if it breaks that zone and closes above it, just like previous history, then we're going to go higher to this zone. So that's kind of how I trade in simple terms.
Love it. Well, again, I'll ask you this: do you feel like you have a better edge with the stair? You go going up the stairs or down the stairs? Do you have a better edge? Do you feel, I say safer, but do you feel like you have you're more confident when the stairs are going up or the stairs are going down, or it doesn't really matter either way? You take the trade, you're good with either one.
Because I learned when I first learned, in COVID, and in COVID it was pretty much, the market was dumping. So I'm way more comfortable shorting the market. But I can take longs. I just don't like to. I get nervous.
Okay. Love it.
I don't like it.
And that's why, that's the thing. You have to find your edge, and that's what happens. A lot of people at first are kind of going back and forth, which most have an edge. It seems like earlier in their journey toward down the years, 5, 10, 20 years down, you kind of go either way. It doesn't really matter. But at first, you kind of you feel comfortable more so doing one than the other. So good presentation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand that, right? Because that's a great question. Because if I'm more short bias and I'm looking for my setup, I'm gonna be looking for shorts. So if we're in a bullish market or we're in a bullish trend or an upstairs case, sometimes I tend to and remember this. I used to see the resistance, right? Like, for example, if I knew that there was resistance at this area, not knowing that we already broke that structure and we're now going uptrend, I used to look for shorts and I would be like, I'm gonna top take it and short it, and then you would be like, no girl, don't short at this area, it still has room to run. And I'm like, no, it doesn't, we need a pullback. And it's like, why am I going against the trend, right? And it's because I'm just so biased. So what my best recommendation would be to just start reading and learning how the market moves so that you can develop different strategies or different edges, and then study as many different traders so that you can start seeing what other traders look for when it comes to the upside and the downside, so that you can go both ways and not have a bias, because that's how you get in trouble. That is how you get in trouble, when your ego gets involved and you go, no, I really think it's gonna go to this area, I really think it's gonna go up, I really think, right? We can't be thinking what it wants to do.
Right.
We have to see what it wants to do.
Yeah, you're all about it. I love it. Love to hear your wisdom has grown so much over the years. So it's good to hear all of this.
Thanks.
Yes. All right. Now we'll throw it over to the men and the gentlemen that trades futures. So Caesar, yeah, if you want to press the share button and start sharing what you want to share, and then again the trading for dummies, as I would call it, for futures.
Yep,
Break down what you do every day, what you're looking for.
I gotcha.
This is good stuff. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
All right. So for me, I do a lot of trades off of EMAs and major support levels from daily, weekly, and monthly, right? So as you can see here, I have some levels that I have drawn out that are based off of a monthly. This is a daily, weekly, daily, monthly, right? So on a higher time frame, when I start seeing price reject the EMAs, I know that okay, we're heading towards the downside. From there, I'll either look for price to break and retest a specific level. So let me go down to a 15-minute time frame, right? So here on the 15-minute time frame, let me see. Okay. So here on a 15-minute time frame, we can see that price broke below this monthly, retested. This morning, the trade that I took where the price came down to the daily level, right? This level right here was a daily level, so I was expecting price to respect it, which it did. Give me one sec. Let me see. Uh, da, 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 da. Okay. So and then also I'm also looking at the Max 7. So Tesla, NVIDIA, specifically Tesla and NVIDIA, because I know that Tesla and NVIDIA really affects the indices. So if you're looking to trade futures, you need to understand what makes up a futures index, right? If you're trading the NASDAQ, what makes up the NASDAQ? So the NASDAQ is compiled of 102 stocks. And out of those 102 stocks, there's only 7 of them that really affects it on how it moves. So the main one is NVIDIA. Most people don't know this, but NVIDIA has been put into the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, and the Dow Jones Industrial. So when NVIDIA is positive on the day, so for example, like right now, you can see that this is pushing up. If we look at NVIDIA, real quick, you can see what's happening with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is bottoming out and NVIDIA is pushing. Then we look at Tesla. What is Tesla doing? Tesla's moving up, right? So it's gaining some strength. So that explains why we are seeing this movement on NVIDIA on the NASDAQ to the upside. Everything that you're going to trade is going to be based off of support and resistance. It doesn't matter the strategy. It doesn't matter the indicator, EMA, SMA, Bollinger Band, Ichimoku Cloud. Like there's so many different things that you can use that are going to be referred to in different names, but the bare bones of everything is support and resistance. VWAP, support and resistance. If price is above the VWAP, the next time it comes to retest the VWAP, you're essentially looking for a long. If price breaks below the VWAP, you look for it to retest it and you go short. So again, example of EMA rejections right here on a 15-minute time frame, we had 2 candles that closed below the 50 EMA. That's bearish. We had a bounce, we rejected the 14 EMA. One thing to understand is that institutions, they use the 200 and the 50. The 14 is just more customized for me based off of the strategies and how quick I like to enter and exit out of a trade, right? I'm going to go to a 1 hour time frame. And again, we can see how earlier yesterday, price broke below the 50, couldn't get above it. And every time we've come up to the EMA, whether it be the 50 or the 14, we're rejecting, we're going down. Then there's the fact that I draw out the lows, right? I draw out the close, the high, the open, and the low of whatever particular day. Once we close below the prior daily low, that's bearish. If we close above, there's a high probability we can end up pushing up. If we ever close above a prior daily high, we're looking for continuation to the upside.
Love it.
And all you're really going to need to understand is how big of a position to take, what pays if you take. So for example, you heard you heard Alejandra and I speaking about the micros, right? The micros are the smaller version of the Nasdaq Mini. The Nasdaq Mini, one contract of the Nasdaq Mini, depending on who you're trading with, is going to cost you quite a bit. So, for example, I'm going to show you what it costs to trade it on Schwab. So, for you to trade one Nasdaq contract, it's $45,561. That that one contract, every 10 points is going to pay you $200. Right now, you can see that the Nasdaq is down over 200 points on a day. So that 200 points is a $4,000 profit or loss, depending on which side of the market you're on. If you're trading a micro, that same position is only going to pay you about $400, and the cost for you to trade a micro MNQ is only going to cost you $4,556. So it's always 10 times less than that of the mini. Now, obviously, Schwab is not the only brokerage that you can use. There's a multitude of brokerages that you can use that will that actually have lesser margin, like Tradeovate, NinjaTrader, AMP, and I believe Iron Beam, and even Webull. I think you're also able to trade futures on Webull. So you just got to make sure you do your due diligence. You go and you find the firm that is going to, suit your needs, whatever it may be, whether if you're trying to day trade or swing trade. All of these other firms that I've mentioned outside of Schwab, they all charge a lesser margin when it comes to holding positions overnight. But obviously, like you getting into futures, you want to focus on micros, day trade. Come in, make your money, make your $100, $200, and keep it pushing. There's no need to try to sit there and try to, become rich in one day, because it's really not doable.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I've never traded futures on Thinkorswim, and just listening to you say that, so you're saying that buying one micro of MNQ is 4,000? Did I hear that correct?
Yes, it's $4,556 for you to trade one micro of NQ on Schwab. But if you
Wait,
do it, go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, but if you buy it with as an option contract, right? Because they are also, you could also buy them as contracts, no?
Yes, but even the contracts, well, one contract for it. I mean, I don't know about MNQ. I've never done options on MNQ, but
Oh,
options on NQ itself is gonna run you north of like 4 to 5 thousand. So that is a cheaper avenue.
I see.
It's just that with options, you are confined to the whole time decay and so forth.
Right,
Obviously,
right.
with futures, you're going to be able to open and close those positions during the Asian or the London session, which is anywhere from 6 p.m. to the next following day. So it's not your traditional equities, which is confined to the equity parameters of 9:30 to 4 p.m.
Okay, so what you're saying is that buying one NQ contract will not have Greeks involved, but options M and Q might or will or does.
Well, I don't know if you can do options on MNQ. I know you can do
Yeah,
options on NQ, ES, Russell,
yeah.
Gold, Silver. You can't, I've never been able to do options on YM. I don't know why Schwab does not let you do options trading for YM, the Dow Jones
Mm,
futures, but they do allow it for every other
yeah, yeah.
commodity and futures.
Yeah, so what I started doing was I started setting up my chart again. So when I go full time, I want to do options on future contracts,
Hmm.
and they kind of work the same as option contracts, like for the regular stock exchange, but um, of course Greeks are involved, but I think they pay better. So I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna play around with it and paper trade it just to get
Hmm.
the hang of it and see
Hmm.
what I'm gonna buy like three different ones. So I'm gonna buy SPX, SPY, and then maybe like ES just to see how those move. Take
Hmm.
the same trade and see how they pay, and then maybe take like a failing trade to see which one loses more. And then I'll take another paper trade with like M&Q, NQ, and QQQ and do the same thing to kind of compare and see, okay, what would be like the best, risk reward for me going back to it
So
after.
SPX is more volatile. You're gonna
Of
make
course.
and lose more with SPX than trading SPY. You can trade options on the triple Qs, but the triple Qs, like a lot of people think that like it's what actually affects the Nasdaq, but it's not. The triple Qs is an index that follows the Nasdaq. So yeah, and it doesn't pay as much. Trading the triple Qs is like you trading the SPY via
Yeah.
few options. But you can actually trade actual options of NQ. So like you can go into the back end. Matter of fact, let me share my screen and I'll show you guys again. Um, Let me share my screen. Okay. Share my screen so I can go. So right here. So let's look.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can see your screen, right, Josh?
Yeah, you'd
I'd
have to
have
watch
to.
it on the. You'd have to have. You should
Yeah,
be able to
that's
see it on the. You either have the stream pulled up or the Zoom pulled up. I can see it on the Zoom. You
okay.
should be able to on the Zoom.
I cannot see on the Zoom.
Can you see my screen?
I
I
can. The
can
live
I
stream does.
cannot. I
Yeah.
cannot, but hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm following you when you're talking because this is important to me. And if not, then it's okay. I will rewatch the recording, but I can pull it up on my other phone and then I can just turn the volume down. Okay, go. Thank you.
All right. So right here, I'm on NQ. So right here, you can see the option chain on NQ. So if I pull up MNQ, you can also do it on MNQ as well. So anytime you want to look to see if there's a stock that you can trade or options, you just want to go to, well, at least on Thinkorswim, you go to trade, you click on all products, and if as long as you can see option chain here available, you can trade it. So right here it shows I can trade MNQ. So let's say I want to do April. What's the strike price? So puts, calls. Right now we're at 23.5. So right now the calls for 23,700 are going for $360 a contract. 361.
I see. Yeah. That's what I was seeing the other day.
Yeah.
And I can paper trade this, right, to practice
Yeah,
the
yep, you
and
can.
everything?
Yep, if you have yeah, you can paper trade and test this out. Yes.
So cool.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
You're
go.
welcome.
Beautiful presentations, and what I've heard, it seems like from both of you guys, and I don't know if you guys can actually see me on the
Nope.
yeah, you're fine. I didn't think you could, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm
I can
gonna
see on my phone.
yeah, I know you're about to. Can you see? Do you have the Zoom pulled up, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
I have the Zoom pulled up,
Can y'all
but I
see?
think this,
Can y'all see Can y'all see each other or no? Can y'all?
yeah, we can see, I can see her. We just can't see you,
Yeah.
but I think it's because you're using your camera for the stream.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to
Yeah.
deactivate that, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to press the video button, and now maybe you can see me, right? Now y'all can see me.
Yep, can see you.
Miss A Trade, stop sharing your screen for a second.
How do I do that?
Let's see here. I'll do you.
Oh,
dude.
stop share.
Yeah, there we go. All right, now we can see each other a little bit. All right, so check out the AK-47 shirt, right? Thank
Love
you
it,
for
love
Fred
it.
and chat that made this.
I
Can
like it.
can y'all read what the back of that says?
Nah,
No,
you got to stand up a little bit. It's a bit far.
go to the left or
Hold
the
on. There it is. Hold on.
Yep.
There we go.
put your lines in and trade them.
So essentially, it sounds like you guys said, "Hey, you just find lines, you put them in, and then you trade those lines." That sounds
Yeah.
like what you guys are doing.
Pretty much.
Love it.
Pretty much.
Absolutely love it. Well, thank you guys in the court. I have this recorded, so I'll put this out for lessons. And the last thing I will end on, because I want to keep this still about 40 to 45 minutes, because Instagram won't let you have 20-minute uploads anymore. And so I want to get a couple different posts out. The first half right there was great for you guys kind of going over your strategies and what the trade is be awesome. Now taxes. I'm not, I'm for traders. Caesar, give us about 10 minutes or so here, 5 to 10 minutes for traders. Now, I don't think traders, in my opinion, I would say this: I don't think traders need to worry about early on in their journey as they get. Oh, what about taxes? I need to do an LLC, and you can get into this in a minute, but I think traders need to worry about trading at first. There is a time that they need to worry about taxes and maybe how to manage them and what to do. At first, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about getting to that level, and then you can worry about it when you get there.
Yes, yeah. When it comes to like taxes, you definitely, if you're not profitable yet, you don't need to concern yourself with it. I would say once you've studied enough and you've back test and tested enough to where, okay, you're ready to go live, that's when I would say form an LLC, because you get way more benefits and write-offs as as a business than as an individual, right? So, for example, if you're trading from your home, you'll be able to write off the square footage of your office space it'll end up coming out to a dollar amount that you can write off. You'll be able to write off a portion of your rent or mortgage, your internet, your phone if you place your trades off your phone. So as operating trading wise as a business, you're going to get a lot of deductions versus as an individual. But don't concern yourself with that until you're ready to either go on a live account or until you've actually gotten funded with a prop firm, right? So once you've gotten funded with a prop firm, then that's where I would say, get that first payout. And if you're projecting possible more payouts, then, form an LLC. Generally, you want to form an LLC in a place where, I mean, depending on where you're living, some states have pretty high taxes, right? So you might want to do some research into Delaware and Wyoming. Why? Because Delaware and Wyoming, no state tax, privacy, and also they don't charge you taxes on money that's coming from outside of Wyoming or Delaware. So there's a lot of different tactics and methods that you can go to lower your taxable income. But generally, don't be concerned about it until you're actually ready to go live or you're ready to get funded with a firm. And I would say get an account with a firm, because most of these prop firms, they'll allow you to form a profile under a business, which is pretty awesome. So once you get your first payout, then reinvest that money to form an LLC in either one of the states I've mentioned, and then just look at the different ways that you can deduct from your income.
Love it. Yeah, and TTP, Paula asked that about prop firms. So like, hey, can we do that with prop firms? And yes, actually,
every prop firm, some of them will actually let you start off as an individual and switch over to a business. Some of them, you can do an account as an individual, but then if you want to do one as a business, you're going to have to just create a whole new profile, which is fine. But yeah, a lot of these prop firms, they pretty much all of them let you operate as a business.
And had a question from Smoke Tuna earlier. He lives outside the United States. If you live outside the United States, you can trade options, yes or no?
Yeah, it's a matter of finding a firm that will let you. So Schwab, from my understanding, they don't accept international, but you can do it via Interactive Brokers. So there's Interactive Brokers. There's another broker that I use, which they're going to be implementing option trading soon, and they do accept. They have an international section of the company, and they also have a domestic U.S. Section. So yeah, so it's just a matter of doing the research and finding the firms that are going to cater to your needs. And this is where the due diligence comes in. Like, you have to make sure you do your research, you find out how long these firms have been around, you look at their reviews. Don't ever go to a firm or a broker just off of someone else's say so. Regardless if you trust a person, you also want to do your due diligence to make sure you understand the ins and outs of whatever firm that you're going to start partaking in. Because the worst thing is to go into something and then something happens and you didn't know or you weren't aware of it, and now you can't access your money, or now whatever reason you take an unnecessary loss.
Right. And talk about this, just to dive into those that like Smoke Tune and others that are outside the United States. having those citizenships maybe, or even if you are in the United States and you travel because you have family in other, or like yourself, you just like to travel. How key is that? Sometimes when it talks about even when talking about taxes, having those citizenships, or of course,
Residencies, oh, those are great.
yeah,
Having multiple residencies in other countries, especially countries that are tax friendly, is really amazing because it's like you're not leaving your eggs in one basket, right? So I always come back to like, investing 101. Investing 101, you never want to put all your eggs in one basket, meaning you would never put the entirety of your account in one trade, right? You would diversify it amongst different things. So having, especially now more so with what's happening these past year with the conflicts and stuff like that, you want to be able to have either businesses or accounts in different jurisdictions that kind of gives you option. When you have all your eggs in one basket, you really don't have any options. And again, this person might be living in a country in the European or in the European Union that has high taxes. I mean, some of these countries, the taxes, dude, are like 54, almost 60%, right? So by you having a business abroad that in a country that doesn't charge you taxes, you're able to have something established there that you can take money from or put money in there as you deem necessary. And a lot of these countries, by having residency with them, after a period of time, that residency transfers over into actual citizenship. So now it's like you're playing a video game and you have multiple lives, right?
right,
You have you have that one version, which is your whatever current passport you have, and then any other passports you add is like a different version or a different life that you're adding to the game.
right.
And it's pretty exciting. I mean, because it's like playing chess. And I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that, but it's like you're looking at ways to position yourself to really, continue to move forward and prosper, regardless of how the conditions of the world stage changes.
Right. Yeah, most people
Yeah.
want to play checkers instead of with
Yeah.
stocks instead.
Yeah, I like chess. I mean, personally, I
Yeah.
like chess, and I find it's very interesting. Like the more I've dove into this aspect of finding the different loopholes, the different countries that offer citizenship when you form a business there and you get their residency and then you
Right.
start putting funds in there. And a lot of them, they don't charge you taxes that that from money that's coming from abroad,
Yeah.
right? So unfortunately, as U.S. citizens, no matter where you go, you're paying taxes. But who knows? Maybe somewhere down the line, they change it. But they do have tax territory agreements where some countries, if you're paying, 2-3% taxes there, as a U.S. citizen, you don't have to pay taxes on those income. Another thing that you could do as a U.S. citizen is you can form an entity abroad, sign a contract to be employed by that entity abroad, pay yourself up to 10 grand a month, and that 10 grand that you're being paid from that foreign company is tax free. So there's a lot of different tax loopholes that just people are not aware of, and obviously most accountants are not, because at the end of the day, they're just doing the basics just to be able to get that paycheck.
Yeah. Love it. All right, so last bit here before I get you guys off on your East Coast, West Coast lives. Paula, and both of you, because this would be a good question since, a lot of you just really got into this and learning and becoming successful. So I'm sure you followed some people and watched them. Caesar, you've been doing this for a while. Paula asked Caesar, where is the best place to start learning futures? I'll let you go second, Caesar. Where did you learn, Miss A Trades? Where did you learn? Who online could Paula go to on YouTube or on the internet? Who would you recommend them go follow that teaches futures?
Well, let me answer I'll answer that question, but I just want to say something. When you learn price action and when you learn how to read the chart, you can literally trade almost anything. So, in order for you to choose what market, it is very important that you choose based on how you live. For example, I have personal training clients that demand my time in the morning, so I can't really trade New York sometimes, which is why I'm trying to transition from careers. But futures, you can pretty much trade almost 24 hours. Forex, almost 24 hours, crypto almost 24 hours. So if you want to choose, futures, it would just be learning the lingo. And I don't know, I didn't really learn from anybody in particular. I mean, I literally just, I trained myself. I think both of you being on your stream taught me about futures. So then I just kind of started watching you, and I think the charting queen and I were like trading prop firms together for a while. And so I just kind of, if I didn't understand something, I would just Google it. I would YouTube something like, it's not that much different than just the regular market, other than, I would be like, okay, what's the difference between option contracts and futures? And so then I would get little YouTube videos, but I wouldn't say I had a specific person that taught me per se, but I do have a YouTube channel, and I made it super beginner friendly if you want to check it out.
Well, of course, you have the YouTube stream, I'm sure, on your phone, so just copy and paste. Any links you want to copy and paste, you guys put into the chat. Say, hey, follow me here, come watch me here, I'm live at this time, or put your TikTok out there as well, girl. I don't care. You promote yourself as much as you want. And then now to you, Mr. Riggs. Besides yourself, which I always would tell people to go to you. I've sent a lot of people over to you throughout the years when they'd come to my stream. So besides yourself, which you can find, you on social media as well. I mean, we're same thing as she said. What would you suggest to Paula if she wants to get into futures?
So if she wants to get into futures, I would just say, if she wants to get into futures, I would just say just open up a paper account with any one of these brokerages if they offer it, and start practicing trading the micro NQ, trading the micro YM, the micro ES, and understanding, what it pays per movement. Because a lot of people, they think that, futures is this like rocket science, and it's really not. It's actually one of the most simplest ways to trade, because one, you're not running scans, and your trades are going to be based off of, what's happening with the max sevens, right? So if you ever want to see, okay, is NQ going to be bullish or bearish today? Take a look at Tesla, take a look at Nvidia. At times, there is a rotation between where there was a good year and a half where Tesla was the one running the NASDAQ, right? And this was when Tesla went from $200 to $1,000. Then Nvidia got over 2 trillion, and then Nvidia became the one that kept holding the market. So it's not necessarily like you have to learn specifically what a future is or what it isn't, because trading the futures is trading SPY. If you ever traded SPY, you traded the futures market. If you ever traded the triple Qs, you've traded the futures market. It's just you're trading it on the equities version. So every aspect of the market, you have different representations of a specific asset class. You have penny stocks, OTC, small caps, mid cap, large caps, right? So when you want to trade, let's say, okay, you want to trade Tesla, but Tesla is not, it's a bit out of your price range. Okay, how can I trade Tesla? Well, there's an ETF, I think it's TDD, that follows Tesla. So again, it's just understanding what the size of the position you're going to take, how much it's going to pay or take from you based on the movement, and then you're able to then try to figure out, okay, if I enter MNQ here and I risk 20 points, what does that translate to? Oh, that translates to a $40 loss. If I trade the NQ mini and I risk 20 points, what is that? I'm risking $400, right? So it really comes down to just actually starting to dive in, starting off small, understanding the difference between the micros and the minis, understanding the different market openings, right? Because we have the Asian market at 7 p.m., which is Tokyo. We have Hong Kong, which is at 9 p.m. Then we have 3 a.m., which is generally the London session. But right now, because of the daylight savings, London is actually opening up at 4 a.m. So, and then the New York session starts at 8 a.m., right? And then the volume really comes in at 8:30 because we have a lot of data. Then we have additional volume at 9:30, which is the equities market open. So these are the fundamental things that you have to understand about futures. And then it's just a matter of practicing whatever strategy that you guys currently use for trading equities. You can implement those same strategies for futures, right? Because everything that you see on your screen, whenever it's a candle, if it's a line, if it's a zone, those are mathematical equations represented in a physical form that you can see. And obviously, if you're using EMAs or even trend lines, again, that is an equation that you're able to then implement on the screen. And now you know, okay, if price is above a trend line, the next retest of the trend line, you try your long. Is every trade going to work your way? No, but that's why you have to have a good risk parameter. So for futures, good risk parameter, not oversizing, and this just diving in and understanding. I didn't have anyone to teach me this, so a lot of the things that I've learned and that I'm telling you is from trial and error. But start off small, and then from there, at least you want to have at least a good 2 to 3 months of consistent wins, whether demo or whether actual trading on small with a small position, and then you can then look to scale up. Because some people they'll have a good win 1 week. Next thing they think they're king of the jungle, they can start sizing up and they get cracked over the head.
Yep.
Right? So manage expectations.
Love it. Good stuff there today. Absolutely. I love it. So again, guys, thank you for coming on today. We'll keep getting you guys on at least once a month to get the futures talk going and rolling. I know a lot of people, the world we live in now, that's been a big thing over the last 2-3 years, and a lot of people moving into that space. Me as well, likely, and so I'm sure at some point getting some trades in on the futures market as well. So I thank you for coming over, and Caesar, Miss Alejandra as well. Thank you guys for Futures for Dummies, is what I'd call it today. This is the easy way. You go back and rewind the stream, which I'm going to clip this and of course post it. Two great traders here trading, essentially, like I said, they're putting lines in and they're trading them. Same thing I'm doing in the small caps to large caps. You can do it in the futures as well.
Yeah, pretty much exactly. Like it's just again what it comes down to is position and risk management. But the same thing that you could see again, support and resistance, right? Anyone that's trading your trend lines, they know that's support and resistance. If they're trading, I believe you use the VWAP, right?
Right.
Price is holding over the VWAP. VWAP is acting as support. You're looking for longs. VWAP is acting as resistance. You're looking for short. Those fundamentals are universal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like when I always tell people, just think of like whatever that little study is. If I pull up, when I pull this picture up, you tell me what it is, and I show you a butterfly. You're not going to go, is that a cheeseburger or some French? I'm like, no, it's a butterfly. What the fuck are you looking at? Like, if I show you a pizza slice, that's a pizza. So yeah, you're carrying that same thing. You're just like, hey, this is a VWAP. Here's what this means. It means the same thing over here or here or here. So, all right. Thank you guys for coming on. Any last words for you, Miss A? You've been silent the last few minutes. Is this gentleman talk? Anything to go out on for the day? Any last words from you?
No.
Well, and put real quickly, when you guys do get off the stream, put your information on the YouTube. Pull the link up. If you don't have it, I can send it to you and text it to you.
Send it to me, please.
Yeah, I'll send you the link, and then just into the comment section, put your info where people can find you, follow you on social media, whichever ones you're on the most. Put them out there for them. I'll send you guys the link. Do that, please, and otherwise, we will see you guys again on this live double dual stream. And I'll try to get Kush on, too. I'll try to get more futures traders on with you guys as well when we do this. So,
yeah, let's get Kush on.
Yeah, the more the merrier, for sure. Bring back family reunite, a little family reunion, baby.
Yes, sir.
All right, boys and girls, I'll see you guys soon.
All right,
Okay,
later.
bye. Happy Friday.
Bye, happy Friday.
Love it. Boom, shakalaka, and then I'll send in that link real quickly. And that's it. I mean, that's how we do it. That's how we do things. Copy. Boom. 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 Send it to Caesar real quickly. All right, and then boom. All right. And here are my lines. Look at the lines working out here for Arlo while they were, doing their futures talk. I'm just putting lines in over here, and look how well these lines have worked out for the day. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame, crunch this up. 5-minute doesn't really matter. Old resistance, new support area right there. So we got our channel consolidation, as Miss Alejandro would say. That's a hallway. This is a hallway in between the staircases that are going, the staircase that's going up. And who talks about staircases and staircases all the time? That's me, right? And then we have someone walking up the stairs here. This is that sideways consolidation, though. Absolutely love it. And then we have the real true uptrend channel, where if you go into the smaller time frame, you can see where it's really failing back there in pre-market and through now. So really overall, top resistance 1470 into around 15. Major support back down low at 1030, and then again at the 875 area. And Louis, yes, I just sent the link out there to those guys, so hopefully they'll pop onto the YouTube real quickly and put their information out there. Then yeah, Paula or Louis, if you do want to learn futures, just learn what I'm teaching you guys in charting. Learn to chart. If you can chart the way I chart, that's why I've had so many people throughout the years saying, man, AK, if you're the blah, blah, because I'm a very good charter. I read levels very well. I can break down pretty much any chart. Like, you can do this, blah, 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 you would kill futures. But the person to learn from, like I said, is Caesar. He would be the one that I would go to and say, hey, I've had people in the past. I mean, I truly did one-on-ones with a Astrotrade. I forgot what he went by. And he was a younger kid. And then his mom, or it's one of them wanted to learn futures, like one of his parents did. And then I sent him over to Caesar. I was like, I'm not doing futures. I'm not there yet. Thanks for the dual screen. Yeah, man. That's good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, you're welcome, A. You're welcome, boo. Yeah, a lot of what they're saying, I was like, that's every day here in it is. And that's what I've had through, again, back in 22 into 23, when Deck went to options. I'm still the only one doing small caps, but I did get into options and large caps. It was 22 into 23 that all people were kind of leaving small caps. It did get a little dead. Melissa could tell you, and of course, remember early when Melissa Piker was here, my little Canadian girls, she was, what's going to happen, Josh? Blah, 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 blah. When are they coming back? Well, everyone was leaving small caps because they were dying off and there wasn't a lot of movement, so we went to options, and people went to the futures because now prop firms were this big thing. Everyone's hearing of these prop firms, and so everyone was moving over to futures, and then I got that 23, late 22, definitely a shit ton in 2023 and all of 2024, because that's when we had Buddy streaming live, and of course that's when A was trying to, Alejandro was trying to get into to futures. Caesar was there streaming live. We had Buddy, we had Kush streaming live. A lot of these people over on Tradecaster were streaming live and doing futures. I just still was in the small cap sector. Of course, I was trading large caps, and like I said, but I just didn't move. But I got so often, Josh, blah, blah, futures. Josh, you'd kill it, futures. Josh, you'd kill it, futures. I'm like, all right, so now it's 2025, and I'm finally getting into prop firms myself, finally with TTP, right, trade the pool, and then now this year I'd imagine at some point get into futures, get into prop firm there. My YouTube channel, yes, there we go. A lot of live videos on the live tab. So there you go. So there's Riggs. Look, there's his YouTube right there. What do we have here? ATPC. This is a former runner. Yeah, very low volume though. It is more the lingo and the process is different. Market sessions not so much on. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So like I said, Paula. Caesar's one of the best ones out there for sure. You can look up Alejandro when she's, posts her stuff, and she's live on TikTok a lot. And I know she's on Instagram and she's on YouTube. So there's multiple places to find her. So essentially the link would be, what you do is you click on it, boss. Look, so you just click on it. So you just click on that and then go to channel, and it'll pop up his channel right there. So just click on whoever's, and then go to the channel, right? If you want to find your own channel, you just click on it. Sailing Girl, we can go to her channel, right? So just click on the person's name, and then that takes you to their YouTube channel. Let's see, Sailing Girl, thanks for the live futures chat. And the help I can get. Hi, you're welcome, Sailing Girl. And you can see what I'm teaching and preaching is the same thing, right? I'll put your lines in and trade them. This is what I'm doing with you. I'm just trying to get you to be able to read and see the lines, and then to trust the lines, because I think that honestly is your biggest issue, is trusting the lines. That's what I say at first. It's like everyone's got these. They've been through this emotional distress and they've been dumped and broken up with. I'm like, God, what's up with the trust issues? We're all like that at first. We just, you just don't trust what you're seeing, unfortunately. And that's what it comes down to in stock trading. If you can't trust it, you won't trade it. And even when you do, if you don't trust it, then you're scared in the trade. You can't trade scared. Scared money don't make money. Can't do it. That's weird. Always a play. That's so weird that you can't do it. I can only do it here, huh? Oh yeah, maybe you can't on the live stream. I didn't think about that. Maybe not. Maybe I can only do it. I did not know. Well, here you go. I'll put it out there for you. Here you go. Rig link. Boom. There you go. I got you covered. I got you covered like white on rice, brother. All right, let's go again one last time. You better be following me on Instagram, X, and YouTube. That's right. So here's my Instagram and my X account right there. You go. And then here is my YouTube account. And so, of course, YouTube, we got so many lessons, so many live streams. Same thing with X. I'm posting over there now. Instagram's going to be a mixed bag of, look at this. Just look at the mixed bag that you get on Instagram. Who doesn't want a mixed bag? We got the cookbook. We got the cookbook, baby. Who doesn't like a good old cook? Well, maybe I teased it a little. Maybe I teased it a little too soon. I don't know why. But you got all the, you got all the good. You got posts over here. You got car stuff. You got AKAN, more fun and car stuff. Me jumping like a maniac. And then we got the big post that somehow get a ton of likes out of nowhere. And then you get the goods right here. You get, hey, come join us live, brother. Come join us live. Look at the gun selection fun in New Orleans. I don't think I posted that one yet. And then look at the gun. I'm trying to be like Caesar. I'm trying to get the gun show going like Caesar right there. Look at the gun show. We're working on the gun show. And yeah, so Instagram, YouTube, X, follow me. Again, here's my website. If you aren't on the website, primetradinginvestments.com, I really don't know what you're doing with your life. So again, here's the website. You can got the live stream, got the morning alerts, we got the one-on-ones you can be doing with me, up in your stock trading game. And yes, Caesar, always a pleasure. We'll get you on more often for sure. Just at least about once a month or so. Those are the main links for me. We got the live stream. We've got the Prime Trading Investments. That's my website. You got the live stream there, the morning alert link, a one-on-one link. Got the Instagram, got the YouTube. Oh, and the free Discord. That's right. Get the free Discord going on over here. So that's right. Let's get the free Discord going on. And then we got a free Discord with about 150 members as well. So come on over and join the Discordians. Boom. I'm going to take the break for lunch. I know we have Ardle moving. It's been a elongated morning for myself already at about 12:07 Eastern time. I do have to run a couple of errands at lunch today, so I'm going to step out of the office for just a few minutes. You guys have any last questions? Briggs, thanks again. Beautiful Alejandra. All the ladies for joining today. Aussie Ingrid. We got Saline Girl. Earlier in the chat, we had Paula. Of course, Paula's still around. Melissa earlier. So thank you all the beautiful ladies out there for joining. Of course, all the hunks, the beautiful gentlemen out there. Riggs for coming on over. Smoked Tuna, as always, all the alerts that you're giving out there. Louie, of course, chilling like a villain. Who else was over here this morning? Of course, we had, got to go back because you guys were just chatting it up there. Carrie, thank you, F. Carrie, for coming on over. Of course, we had Ritz Carlton coming in this morning. Riz was over here. Thank you, Riz. Bruce chatting it up there for a minute. I haven't seen Bruce in a while. Bruiser. Melissa coming. I hadn't seen Melissa. No lie. I have not seen Melissa since 2022. It has been 4 years since I've said her name to her in a chat on a live stream. Kevin for coming on over early. Mr. Kevin Avery, Mike Hicks, Mr. Jordan, my man Michael Jordan fan. Ted Osborne coming on over. My man, well worth it morning when you're trading. I have both in pace for sale. Appreciate it, Ted. Yes, the morning alerts, the live stream. That's right. One-on-ones. Crow for coming on over earlier in the morning. Joe, Florida Joe was here. Jesse was here. He's been around for a while. Oh, Jesse. And that's pretty much about it. Does It Good was here earlier on this morning. I think there's a few other names I'm missing. I can only scroll back so far because we had so much chatting going on today. Yep, and there's my girls. My girls love to show up. I'll give my girls the love, and they love to give the love back. Paula, Aussie, Saline, of course, all the gents out there. Have a great rest of your day if you're out. I'll try to do as many of these free Fridays as I can. As long as I have a dual stream Friday to do and there's someone to talk with me, I will go live for free. Also, do not forget to join tonight the TTP live stream. So if you don't already follow Trade the Pool, I'm going to go over there and give you the link to go follow Trade the Pool because I'm live with them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now Friday. So this is literally my first week to do lunch recap. So I'm now live. We'll go TTP live link for Friday. Friday night live starts at, I think we're going to start it at 9:30 Eastern. Join us tonight. All right, so Smoked Tuna, what time? I think it's 9:30 Eastern tonight. If I'm not mistaken. Let me check the text right here from Kevin earlier. Yep, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. So 9:30 Eastern tonight. Come join I am live for the rest of the day. So, thank you all for that came over today. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day and your weekend. Enjoy it. It's going to be beautiful out there for most of you, at least here in the States, that I know of. So enjoy this beautiful spring weather that we're getting. Secondly, if you're out for the weekend, that's first. See you next time around. If it's a paid live stream that you've signed up for, I'll see you on Monday if you're part of my live stream daily. And if you're part of the freebies, I won't see you next Friday. Why? It's Good Friday. We're off. It's a 4-day week next week because next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday is Easter. So next week's a 4-day week. There will be no dual stream Friday. That was today with the double dual stream Friday with Alejandra and my man Caesar Riggs. So that was the last free live stream of the month. Next week's a Monday through Thursday. We're off on Friday. Thursday is truly our Friday next week. So if you're a freebie, I'll probably see you in 2 weeks. If you're a paid live streamer, I'll see you on Monday and or both. I'll see you later this afternoon because I'm not done for the day. I have my bounce lesson still to go to record so I can post it sometime soon. But I do want it on the live stream today, and I'll go over that later. Right now, I'm taking the break for lunch. And Artel's going to be on watch. Past art history, what do we got? Well, we know we've got 1460 to 15 resistance. So let's go here real quickly. Artel. Main. Stock on watch. 1460 to 15 resistance. Support lines in below. Over 15. Room 2. Room 2. What's that floor back there? Actually, let's go back. What's that floor? 4. So that's resistance is strong here. Over 15 to 1620. And then over that to 1750. To 1620. Then 17. Boom. And there we go. All right, sweet. I'll be back here in just a bit, fam. Any last questions? Otherwise, I'm putting some jams on. Yeah, otherwise, I'm putting some jams on. Putting the jammies on. What a good day. What a good day. Good week there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it today. It was absolutely a fun day. I loved it. I have all mine pulled up from yesterday. No wonder. I was like, what are all these YouTube pages? They're from yesterday. Okay, now we're back and ready to rock and roll. All right. All right, sweet. Lost boys, lost girls. Again, if you're out for the weekend, you're heading out. Have a good one. I'll see you back here on Monday if you're a paid live streamer. If you're a freebie, I'll see you in 2 weeks from today on another dual stream Friday. Why? Because next Friday we're off for Good Friday. Of course, Easter is next Sunday. If you're sticking around for the day, I'll see you guys here back in just a bit. We have Artel halted up. So before I leave to run my errands, I'm going to run out there and chill with Avery for a minute and then come back in and chat and type out, hey, Artel, whatever's happening. But I will be back later today for my bounce lesson. So lost boys, lost girls, have a great, safe weekend if you're out. I'll see you next time. Please stick around, though, because I have a really good lesson coming up later today. I'll probably be back here. My bad. Let's go back to activate here. My bad. There I am. Someone should have said, I don't see you. Usually get some people yelling at me like, where's your face at? And I'm right here. Sorry, I forgot about that. I'll be back here most likely for a lunch recap right around 2 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll have the afternoon commentary as always in Power Hour. Anything else? You guys ask me. I am here for you. I'm going to put on some jams right now for you guys to listen to. Some Street Fighter 2. Ooh, Street Fighter 2 intro theme. Lost 80s Synthwaves tapes. All right, let's get to it. This sounds like some good stuff. See you guys back in just a bit.